Stream elements. Bill 1949T is now live. Streaming DCS World, My Flight Simming, DCS.
Radio check. Okay, I've done the repair. We'll see what happens now when I go chasing bombers. Next up we got infantry at the west end of the main taxiway, east end of the main taxiway.
Roger that.
I'm going to see if I can see the bombers before I do much else. I'm going to take off on the taxiway just for speed.
Yep. Hey, what are you doing? We've got 1-8.
You dropped off after the 8.
We've got 1-820. Johnny complete. Yeah, they should respawn if that one goes down.
Okay.
So I'll stick around the A20. I've got Jeeve on my tail.
Cover that.
So when you did the repair, did it say it fixed it?
Well, I think it always says repair successful, but I think, or repair complete, whatever, but I think it just means I've been through the process. I don't think it means it necessarily found and fixed something.
Did you get up?
Yeah, I'm airborne. I'm sort of in front of you somewhere. Okay, I see 3 aircraft. That's got to be UG and the bomber.
Yep. Jeeve currently firing at the A20.
Copy that. and I can see that the A20's taken damage. He's venting something or smoking.
Right, A20 is down, so we should get a node punch coming in from the north.
The A20 went shooting past me, but I still didn't see an aircraft.
Didn't catch that, Zach.
The A20 went shooting past me, but I still didn't actually see an aircraft.
Well, what about if we try and find a 109 rather than an A20?
Well, an A20 is bigger, I'll see it first. I'm going to try and catch up with you guys, and when you see something, then I will know that I should be seeing something.
Yes, but if you've got a corruption with your A20 texture but not your 109, then you'll be able to see the 109 the way you'd expect to.
Okay, I get that. There are A20s in front of me, so behind you there are A20s.
Right.
I'm seeing you and Jeep, I'm going to follow you, so if you home in on those A20s, we'll see what happens.
Well, that requires me seeing the A20s. Okay, I've got them, that's it. I'm lining up on the lead A20 for a head-on.
Copy that.
I'll just fly past. Well, actually, it's not a head-on, it's more of a... My 12, their 10 kind of a fifth. Coming close.
Yeah, copy. I'm following you in.
Right, just gone past on my left. Turning left again.
Oh, I'm following G. Hang on. I thought I was following you. I'm following G.
Right,
I'm going to stick with G, assuming you two are going to stick together.
didn't catch that.
I'll stick with G for now.
Right, he's right under me. Oh no, he's right over, yeah.
Yeah, I'm close by G.
Right, no, sorry, the A20 is above me at the moment. Oh, that's you that just went past. Okay, A20 off of my nose. Yeah, I'll try and get in close and fly underneath him so that you've got a visual mark.
I copy that. I thought you were in a Spitfire. That threw me out.
No, for 51.
That threw me out a fraction.
A20 right close.
I'm seeing a pixel.
It's right on top of me. Right, he's right above me.
Santa Rose. I got this goodbye.
That's excellent news, Santa.
The A20 above.
Laxar, yeah, I'm following you. I'm not seeing. I'm hearing shooting. I'm not seeing the A20. So I've definitely got an issue with that.
Okay, so you can see me and Jeeve.
Yep,
Not the A20, so
I'm
it's
very close to you.
move over to the 190 is to the east.
Santa, you'll have to join this channel sometime. This
I'm about to go
this
too
server.
much longer because it's half full.
Yeah, I'll copy that.
Santa Rose. Yeah, I plan on it and just tired.
Okay, well we'll be flying next weekend. And if you want it, I'll be really, really happy to help you get started on the Spitfire.
One of the lights around the heading of 90 from me.
Copy, I see them. Well, I see them on the map. They're the passive ones, I guess. Which I don't care. I want to see if I can see them.
Santa Rose. I know how to start it. Getting it in the air is hard sometimes, but that's a skill issue.
Yeah, and a little bit of understanding. It's like how you throttle up and how you move the stick back to normal.
With the fact that you've got fresh DCS, there's a setting that you need to uncheck or check that you would have had previously.
Check or uncheck what?
109's off of my 12, currently a dot.
Oh, you're much higher than me, sorry, that's why I'm not seeing you. Climbing. Okay, I found you.
Santa Rose. Look down a bit and right.
Look down a bit and right. I don't want to lose sight of Laxall. What am I looking for?
Alright, 109's are very close.
Copy that. I see their dots, so let's see if I can see the aircraft.
Santa Rose. They're on your right, I saw them on your windshield, they are right in front of you.
Yeah, I can see them now. I'm seeing 2 dots, but what's happening is that I'm seeing the pixel mark, the mark of where they are, but the aircraft itself doesn't get rendered. That's the case of the A20. I'm about to find out if it's also the case for the 109. Only for me. Laxor can see the aircraft rendered. I still only see a dot. Let's zoom in. Looks like
When you zoom in,
I'm
I can see
seeing them.
aircraft.
Stand by, Alexa. I think I'm seeing, yeah, I'm seeing them as aircraft. I'm seeing wings.
Okay, so it's the A20 then that's going weird for you.
Yeah. Okay, well, you're back a bit later tonight, or what? If you're going to be here later tonight, Santa, like fairly soon, what I could do is just go through my takeoff procedure, give you a few tips there as I take off, which you might remember. Copy that. I'll follow. I'm with you.
Starting to ease back.
Say again.
Starting to ease back.
Copy.
Radio check. Check. Yeah, we're just heading back in. I'm going to have to call it now because it's half one. I've gone half one. Yeah, but then you ran out of ammo. I didn't still can't find it. No, I didn't run out. No. I'll try and stay on the right. Left. I keep rolling just in case Jeep is closest, yeah.
Just overshot.
that's a good run. So we'll have to look it up. I'll have to look at, investigate what's going on with your A20 is that?
Yeah, copy that. That was really frustrating because it's fascinating to see, because I was seeing, say, the worst part of it, or the most interesting part, was the fact that I'd three flames flying ahead of me, but nobody apart from a one like pixel dot leading the three flames, which would have been the engine and fuselage. Engines and fuselage.
Yeah, that certainly sounds like something wrong with your install in some way. There's when you did the repair, did you do slow repair or just a standard?
Oh, I did the full works. I did a slow. I thought there's no point in doing a quick one. I might as well just go whole hog while I'm out, and did a full like slow repair. But that seems odd. If a repair didn't fix it, what's going to be the answer on that? And it was okay. Well, I'm saying it was okay last time I flew. I'm just trying to think the last time I flew and had involvement. I'm sure it is since Windows 11. I'm sure it is since then, but what exact period of time I can't be sure.
Yeah, so you did the slow repair, but did you do check for additional files as well? So you got like the slow or standard repair, plus you got the tick boxes in the next section down.
I didn't do additional files, no.
Yeah, I would do the when you get the chance to do a repair next, do the additional files. Don't worry about the desktop shortcuts because you probably disable these, probably turn that off anyway. But certainly do the additional file check.
Okay, I might do that tonight just to get it out of the way.
Yep, fair enough. Not entirely sure what to suggest other than that. Other than maybe could be graphics, so you check for updated drivers. It's kind of clutching at straws, but sometimes it makes more difference than you think.
Yeah, it seems odd that it affects only one aircraft, but as you say, you clutch at straws, you go for anything in the end, don't you? Alright, well, not to worry. I will hopefully catch you next Friday.
Yeah, should be then. Yeah, I might, depending if I get any messages about testing sling loading, I might be on during the week. I don't know. I'll see how that goes. But
okay, yeah. Well, if you are, I can join, and that's another little test.
Yeah. If I end up getting a message or anything, I'll drop you. I'll let you know. Okay.
I might hang on here just for a bit because Santa Owens was saying he's got the Spitfire, and I might just hang on to see if I can give him any tips when he comes back.
Yep, that's fine. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, I'll catch you all later then.
Yep, take care. Teacher fan.
Alright. And happy birthday, of course.
Thank you.
Pip the K-Tice. Hello.
Hello, Pip. Pip the cat. ISW. Oh, right. It's gotta be Pip, I'm afraid. Can't sell that lot. I'm just waiting to see if Santa Owns comes back. He's told me he's getting he's got the Spitfire.
Hi, I hope you are doing well.
Well, yeah, reasonably, thanks. And you? So, Pip, do you fly in DCS?
Pip the K-Tice. I'm doing well. The Spitfire is a cool plane.
Oh, you betcha, buddy. Yeah. Yes, sir. It's the best aircraft as far as I'm concerned. It's an absolute beaut. And as they used to say, you don't get in an aircraft, you put it on. In the Spitfire, you put it on, you know, like you're putting on a jacket or something. And it's very responsive. I noticed that particularly when I flew the F-16, so I got that, and it felt like with the F-16 you move the stick and the aircraft has a little think about it and then does it.
Santa owns. You off, Bill? Sorry, I had to take a shower. I was feeling like shit. Pip the K-Tice. I have once played DCS and I have done a few flies in flight sim. Very fun.
Yes, very fun. Okay, so Santa, are you going now? I mean, I've said I can hang on a little bit if you want me to sort of take off and just talk through it. I'm right now using push to talk to speak to you, but what I would do under those circumstances, put it on open mic so that I can describe what I'm doing in real time
Santa
without having to
owns.
push to talk.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'll restart. I'll find myself. I'm in a slightly odd position on the runway. Hold on. Oh, it's all right. There's plenty of room. That is bags of room for a Spitfire to take off. So I'll just move. I'll start her up. Move centre runway. I might get armed, although I'm not planning to shoot at anything. At the moment, I have the issue of not being able to see A-20s. So those bombers that are flying around, I can't see them. I see just a pixel, one tiny black dot in the distance, and it never turns into an aircraft. If it gets hit by ground units, I'll see flames coming off the engines and from the fuselage, and so I'm seeing 3 lots of flames, but I don't see the aircraft in between all those flames, just one tiny black dot at the front.
Santa
So
owns.
there's something going on there.
I would do a repair on DCS when you are done.
I've done that, mate. Yeah, I've just done a slow repair, but there is something else I can try,
Santa owns.
like additional files.
Oh damn.
Yeah, there's an additional files which I didn't do, so I will do that next. But first of all, let's keep up the fun thing going. So I'll get started, make an about turn, and then I'll get started. So I'll just move. I'll start her up, move centre runway. watching out for this guy here, who I think was actually, I think that was where Jeeve was. So he's jumped out and it leaves an infantryman behind. So I'll start her up, make a turn, and no, do I need to make a turn? No, I don't. I just move centre runway and go forward. Engine's still hot, so I'll just give it 3 pumps, and then I've got to go to OBX and OBS and set it to open mic to explain what I'm doing in real time. Hold on, let me just set it to open mic.
I give it 7 pumps cold. Is that enough? It always starts.
I give it 4. I'll give it 4. If I've just come in as I am now, the engine's still warm. I'll only give it 3 if I'm counting. Let me just change my thing to open mic. Okay, I can see by my VU meter that I'm now coming through without push to talk. So I much prefer push to talk. That feels best to me. So I'll put it back to that afterwards. In the meantime, I'll get it started. So I've given 3 pumps. I'll crack the throttle once I'm clicked onto. In fact, I'm going to use voice attack. I'll just say, hold on, DCS. And that has put me onto this screen without having to touch anything. Okay, so that's good for me. So I'll crack the throttle, make sure I'm at full prop pitch, make sure the brake is on, and start her up. So Santa, are you fully aware of how the braking works on a Spitfire?
Let's go. We get to see some good dogfighting without any missiles removing you while the bad guy is barely visible.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if we get as far as a dogfight, but this is mainly for Santa Owens, so that I can give him perhaps some tips about takeoff. Yeah. So Santa, how are you on taxiing and using the brake on the Spitfire? Are you okay on that, or do you need to give something?
I did get the Mustang too. Yes, the brake is to turn and do it slightly.
Yeah, but the fact that you've only got one brake lever and no toe braking, so it's brake and rudder determines how much you turn and in which direction. So just for the sake of anyone else that wants to know, on a Spitfire, if you want to turn to the left, you give it left rudder and apply some braking, and it puts braking on just the left wheel. Like that, when they're steady, it's applying brake to both wheels, and like that, it's going to give it right.
Assigned to 2 things for me: a switch that can keep it on while I start, and on my rudder brake right foot.
Okay, all good. I keep wanting to push my push to talk now, and I don't need to. Right, so when I take off, I'm going to stick back, full right aileron, so it's all the way back, full right aileron, and then I'll throttle up, dancing on the rudder pedals to keep her straight, and at the same time by letting the stick come back to its normal position by the time I get to about 85-90 miles an hour, at which point I can then rotate just about that much, bring the gear up, which would tend to make her want to drop. She will then want to nose down when the gear comes up, so be ready for that and give just a little bit of extra, and once you do that, you're going to get your gear up, obviously, and put your trim back to normal. I'll talk about trim in a minute, but you put your trim back to normal, and then you'll set your prop pitch. It would normally be about 3000 RPM. You'll put your prop pitch back to about 2700 and bring your boost, which will be about between 10 and 12 perhaps when you take off, but you'll then put your boost back to about 7, and apparently with the boost at 7 and the RPM at about 2700, she'll run all day like that apparently. So that's where you want to be when you're flying normally. And close the canopy when you want, I suppose. I love to have the canopy open in this because I use the Echo 19 engine sound, which is lovely with the canopy open. It's nice anyway, but with the canopy open it's brilliant. Right, so let's just put all that into practice. First of all, don't forget, brake off or you will nose over.
I got the Echo 19 for both the Spit and the Mustang too.
Excellent, excellent. I don't know how did you get, when you got your Spit sound from Echo 19, was it a payable one or did you get a while ago and it was free?
Santa owns. Yeah, it was paid.
Okay, now look, bear in mind, I got the paid one after, because I've just upgraded from Windows 10 to Windows 11, which meant I had to download some stuff. I downloaded the Echo 19 and I had to pay for that one. The first one I got was free, but I got the paid for one, and to be honest, what I found was that the free was better. Okay, and I can probably help you out with that. We can come talk about that another time, but you'll notice when I eventually get flying in a minute, when I put my canopy open, well, like if I've got the canopy closed and I'm sort of not too high, I open the canopy and you hear like a phasing effect of a prop wash of the prop spinning around, and it's airy and it's much better.
I wasn't sure if I had the right one. Honestly, I expected to hear it like yours.
Well, you will if, yeah, I might have to in some way get you my file, my copy of it. I don't know if they updated it and made it not as good, or what, or whether they uploaded the wrong one. I don't know. But I paid for it, and the one that I'm using now is the original one that fortunately I saved, which I forgot that I had it. So I managed to get that back, and that's what I'm using. Right. So here we go. So stick back, full right, and then throttle up, letting your stick come forward, dancing on the rudder pedals to keep it straight, and then have your stick back to its normal position by the time you get to about 85, 90 miles an hour, say, and then rotate a bit. I'll try and talk through that as I'm doing it. So here we go. And I'll keep wanting to push the talk, and I don't need to now. Right, stick back, full right, throttle up. Well, looky here. What's the thing I first said to you? You mustn't forget. You mustn't forget to take your brake off. And because I've been talking, right, okay, I'll respawn and we'll just take off on the taxiway. That's not a problem. So I'll click away from that and then click back onto it. Okay, I'll ask for rearm because I might as well, just in case I do fire the guns on this bit. Once again, I'm going to use voice attack, and I'll use one command to get the rearming window up. Bullets. There we are, one word, and there it is. I never have to touch my my keyboard apart from when I start the engine up, pretty much, because I use two buttons for the start and the boost on the keyboard, and then one button at the back of my throttle unit here to actually get the mixture lever in the right place. And I like the RAF standard, of course, because I'm British.
Request rearming.
Right, so in the meantime I'll get started.
Rearming complete.
So that's your 4 pumps I've given it. Crack the throttle, just about that much. And away we go. At this point I'll normally put my radio on, because we only tend to use radio comms now, not Discord. Right, so whilst they're doing all their stuff, I'll adjust my altimeter. Now for takeoff, I'm going to use a nose down trim of level. A lot of people, I think, tend to have it 1 division down, but I find that level works fine for me, right, for takeoff. Once I've taken off, I'll put it back up to 1 degree above level. 1 division above level. And then the rudder I'm going to put fully right for takeoff. And when you put it back to normal, it's roughly a count of 6 or 7 seconds. So you don't have to necessarily look at that knob, you can just push your button in the right direction for 6 or 7 seconds if you use that method. Right. So I've set my trim, I've set my altimeter, radio's on, engine's running. I'm going to take off in that direction. Right, brake is on. I'll put the nav lights on. So now the first thing is brake off. And I've only got ticking over, so it's not going to go away by itself like that. Stick full back, full right, throttle up. Dancing on the pedals, gradually letting the stick come forward again. Gear up. I wasn't thinking too much then, I went way off, way off. That's the trouble when I'm trying to talk to people while I'm doing it. Right. I'll bring my trim, you can see my nose down trim is coming up to 1 division. So that's just there. I'll bring my rudder back so that the double D are at the top. So the double D are going to be at roughly 12 o'clock, about there. I'll close the canopy. Now this is where you need to listen to your engine to see if it's the same. Yes, Pip, we go airborne. Right, so if you listen, the engine still sounds nice enough, but listen to yours when you open the canopy. Does it sound like this? Right, so in talking, I've also forgotten to pull back my prop pitch to 2.7. about 2,700 just there, and pulled back my throttle to about 7 boost, which is about there. So I should be reasonably trimmed out, but now I'll just leave it and see what it does, and then counteract what it's doing wrong using little touches on the trip. And those nudges I'm giving are like less than a quarter of a second long. She's flying pretty much by herself right now. Right, I'll close the canopy again. So there's the difference in sound. She still sounds good. I'll put my sight on and make the guns ready. Open the canopy as if I'm coming into land. So listen, that's a marked difference in sound, and that's because I believe that's because I'm using the version I previously had. I suspect they put the wrong version there for upload, because I don't think the version I got, the latest version, sounds as good. This sounds like an aircraft with a canopy open when you're inside of it. And look at how much my stick moves. It's really not much.
Santa Rose. Okay, I don't have prop picture signed, I will do that. It definitely doesn't sound like that, but I will check again.
Yeah, and if it doesn't, then we must find a way for me to drop that information to you, maybe via Discord, and you can try that. Then you just put that one, the folder that I would give you, you put that in, you like rename your existing one with an X in front of it or something, or old, or whatever you do, and then drop the folder that I have in its place. But oh, they just took me out. The choppers, one of the choppers at least, has got missiles aboard. I've just pulled the throttle right back. I'll see if I can land, but I've obviously been injured. I'm seeing double, everything's blurred. My throttle is right back on the stop at the moment. Gear down. And they've just hit me with another missile. Flaps down. Flaps didn't come down with the switch. I might survive. Pumping on the pedals. Okay, well, I was, I think, probably quite badly injured by the way I was seeing double and everything was grey and blurred. So I probably didn't
Santa owns.
escape that.
We land exactly the same.
Yeah. Now what's happening? Oh, hang on. No, I can't do anything. It stopped responding. DCS has stopped responding to, like, I want to respawn. Oh, maybe it's because that menu is still up. No, that wasn't it.
Santa owns. I appreciate you showing me again. I can't wait to get in the air with you.
Yeah, it should be good. And if I can help, then that make me feel good. If I can shorten the time it takes for you to get into the air sort of reasonably reliably. Landing is obviously always a little bit more iffy. But the trick to landing, I think, is come in slow, keep the speed slow and constant, about 90 miles an hour ideally when you touch down, because otherwise you're much likely, if you're much above 90, you know, then you're likely to bounce, and then when you bounce, then you appreciate all sorts of problems. However, I did see a bit of video that was looking from behind at a spit landing, and it bounced. This is a real spit, and the commentary or the information that went with it was one bounce in a spit is still regarded as a perfect landing because she's light, and she's, you know, and she's, you have to remember that the famous phrase, she's a lady in the air but she's a bitch on the ground. So that's a very valid point. But you have to fight her on the ground, but then she behaves perfectly when you're in the air. Now why can I not? I mean, I don't know what's happened here, why I can't. I'm not on the chat, am I? No, it's not letting me bring up the menu. So I guess the only way out of this for me would be to restart DCS. I'd have to, like, go to the task manager
Santa
and close
owns.
it.
Yeah, it flew so much better than the Corsair. I got it in the air twice now.
Good, good. Well, I believe that we can get you in the air much more than that, much more reliably. One of the tricks is don't be too slow. Can you still see? Yeah, you still see my stick. Don't be too slow getting the stick back to normal. So it wants to be definitely back to normal, fairly smooth. You're throttling up fairly smoothly. By the time you've got up to 90 miles an hour, your stick wants to be in its normal position. And at that point, and all that time, you're dancing on the rudder pedals to keep her straight. And then at that point, you can give that just that little stick back. Now, do you want me to go through that again? If you do, I'm very happy to. But if you do, I'll need to come out of DCS and restart it, so I'll lose comms during that time.
Santa owns. I can wait till next weekend, no worries, mate.
Okay, but I'll be very happy to do it tonight. It's not particularly late for me. In all the blooming nights I've had working with this, getting this computer back running after going from Windows 10 to Windows 11, I've been going to bed at like stupid hours. I mean, 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning, not
Santa
unheard of
owns.
at all.
I am also on Laxus Discord, if you get an itch to fly before then.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, yeah, Laxor was saying he might be doing stuff during the week, and he'll let me know. So, yeah, check out your engine sound when you open the canopy. If it doesn't sound as gorgeous as mine just did, then I think I need to drop you that other folder, so you'll get the same sort of sounds. It's a lovely sound, isn't it? Well, I can't do anything now. I've never had this before. So it means I can't get out. I'd have to Alt Control Delete, and even then, that won't just close a program. I'd have
Santa owns.
to close a whole PC.
Sounds good. I don't think it sounded as good as yours. I was questioning if I bought the right module.
Yeah, well, that's your same route. same thought process as me. I'm thinking, you know, this is nice, but it doesn't sound quite the same. It's not. It might be nice. One of the things that gives it away is when you're on the external view, when you're in third person, and you move your mouse around to move around the aircraft, the sound doesn't change as much as it should on that version that you have. I got the feeling that they've uploaded a much older version. I wouldn't like to think that they've developed it into that version. I think it must be a mistake, and they've uploaded for us to download a version that's old. I think that must be the answer. So let me know. How would I get it to you? On somehow on Discord. Are we friended? I can't remember if we're friended or anything. I mean, if you have the chance, even tonight, just drop me a message, find me, or drop me a friend request or whatever, and I would be quite happy to somehow get that, assuming I can drop a folder.
Santa owns Google Drive link. I don't think so. I will try to find you. I wasn't sure if you were the Bill on his Discord or not.
Yes, I will be, I think. Yeah, I mean, Bill 1949. That'll be me. And of course my little icon, my Spitfire icon would be there. So yeah, if you want to at some point drop me a friend request or whatever, that would be one method.
Added as a friend.
Okay, hold on, I haven't got it. It's clicked on the wrong thing. I'm just opening Discord now. Hang on a minute, what have I got here? How did the call go? What's that got to do with the price of milk? Let's close that. I'll try again. This might... don't show this again. Thank you. Right. Now it wants answers to more questions. Why is Discord not just simply opening? It's not hidden. At least I don't think it is. I have various windows open, but I'm sure it's not hidden by another window. I just cannot see Discord. It's not there. Okay, I'll go to Task Manager. Make sure to completely close it. It might be sort of still running in the background wrongly. I'm not seeing Discord. Just checking some stuff. No, I'm
Santa
baffled.
owns. Do you use the cut wing or no?
No, but it's only because I'm a bit of a spit nerd. I don't mean I know. I'm not a geek. I don't know all the stuff that I need to know about Spitfire by any means. I don't know its history and all that sort of stuff. Not really. But to me, that elliptical wing is a massive part of the Spitfire. So I wouldn't go for the clipped wing. But I imagine it rolls better. But how do I get out of this? I can't. It's stuck in DCS. I'll have to close DCS. I can. If I close DCS, it means I close the profile and I'll lose comms briefly until I restart it. Will you still be there?
Santa owns. Yes.
Okay, right, we'll stand by it, and I'll get rid of DCS. I'm going to close. I'm going to force it to close via the task manager. So you'll lose me now. I don't suppose you can still hear me, can you?
Santa owns.
Oh, you can. Okay.
I can.
That's because Windows is DCS is taking a while to close. I've told it to end task. No. The reason you can still hear me is because the profile that I use in Target, which you probably don't use, but Target is software that I use in association with this setup. That profile window is still open, so as long as that profile window is open, we're good. But I don't think I can. Can I just start DCS? Have I done this? Because I always start DCS from my Target software. I'll just say start DCS, and it does all the necessary. I'll see what happens. I'll give it a shot. Let's just see what happens. Oh, right, now the thing is, this could be because we're between updates. I've just gone to start DCS with a double click on the DCS shortcut, and it's come up, do you want to update DCS to 15384? I'm currently at 15010. Now that could be part of the issue. So I'm going to say update now. Now whether that means I'll lose comms or not, I don't know. So after a little while, if you hear me mumbling to myself or something, or even if not, if you think that you can still hear me, let me know. I'm going to click update now. Yeah, so it's a DCS update. We'll see what happens. I might lose you. Still got me?
Santa owns. Yeah.
Okay. It's only a small update. 66 meg is the download size. Green bar's nearly to the finish. Installing, cleaning up, successfully updated too. Okay. Now the thing is, I now can't be in the server because the server won't have been updated yet. This is something that's happened at a very odd time. You don't normally get updates on a Sunday, I don't think. Right, okay, that, and now let's see. Hopefully DCS will start, and I'll have to go to
Santa owns.
a mission.
That update was last week though.
Was it? That's a bit odd. But I don't know, maybe it does explain a few things. But why didn't I get it then? Why didn't I get that update last week? Because I've flown at that time, or even between. Right, well, if you're still there, which I guess you probably are, the profile for my stick is running, DCS is starting. Sounds like it's a good time for me to get a drop of run, doesn't it?
Santa owns. I just verified on my servers and on my client, no updates.
Okay. Right, stand by. I'm just going to grab me bottle. And you might possibly have noticed when I got up just then, I put my finger on a piece of bare metal on here, because if I don't, as I stand up, my jeans rubbing against the seat fabric charge me up. And
Santa
about a
owns.
week or two ago,
Shock yourself, ha ha.
yeah, well, yeah, not quite so ha ha, because the other week, a few weeks back, I had something under my arm, something in my hand, and a glass in this hand, and I had my little finger touching on this switch to stand up, so that I was discharging as I stood up. But I must have accidentally disconnected from that switch and reconnected, and I got a shock. I threw the glass across the blooming room. Well, I didn't intend to, but the reaction was that I ended up throwing a glass across the room, so I had a pile of glass to sweep up. Oh, that's a big glass. I can't really pour that back into that little hole, can I? I'll have to drink it all. Right. Now we're not going to be able to get into multiplayer because, as I say, the server won't have been.
Santa owns. Oh no, what a shame, tongue poking smiley.
Yeah. I'll check. I'll check the server, but I don't think it's going to appear. I don't see as it can. It's there. I don't understand. Maybe that's the whole issue. I was able to access it, even though it's not the same version, but because I was accessing it with an older version, that was causing issues, such as me not being able to see the A20s. Okay, let's give it a shot. If that's the case, I can report that back to Laxor. So now what I want to do really is take off and find some A20s and see if I can see
Santa
them
owns.
down the hatch.
Probably. I am surprised it worked in the first place.
Yeah, because normally if you haven't got the right version, you can't even see the server. Right, well, she's loading up. Nose feels like it makes you want to sneeze, and that's the other thing about open mic. If I sneeze, I'll probably blow your ears out. Whereas if I'm pushed to talk, I won't push to talk just to sneeze. Well, it's letting me so far. Let's see. This might be a good thing to report back to Laxor. He won't get the message tonight because he needs to turn in at this time. I don't. And once again, for speed, I'll just take off on the taxiway. Whoa! Hey, look. There's an A20 and I can see it. Well, looky here. I could see him. Whoa.
Santa owns.
Well, that's good. But what a surprise that I was able to get into the mission with an my out-of-date server, my out-of-date DCS. That was odd. I didn't think it would ever let me do that. I'll explain that to Laxor anyway. I'm sure he'll be pleased. Might be surprised. Right, let's take some of this garbage away. Okay, so let's go through it again. Brake on. Brake on. Prop pitch fully fine. Stick throttle forward to get the gear light up. I put my canopy lights, my cockpit lights on because it's me. And then I don't know if you can hear that. If I lean round this way, you might just be hearing the fuel pump running.
Comfortably done. I wanna see Santa fly a prop.
Well, Santa's not flying tonight, so you're gonna have to put up with me. Right.
Santa owns. No problem. Santa owns.
Fuel cock.
I can fly this one.
Open. Right, and now I'll put my magnetos on. Well, apart from the fact, oh, there he is. Look at that. I'm seeing him. Assuming that the problem isn't when I'm in the air.
Comfortably done. Historically, the Spitfire is a bit tricky.
A bit tricky on the ground. Comfortably done. No, I'm gonna have to call you dumb. That's much. Sorry, that's what you're gonna be. Yeah. So tricky on the ground, dumb. As I said, she's a bitch on the ground, but a lady in the air. Well, they said it the other way round. Lady in the air, but a bitch on the ground.
Comfortably done. LOL, call me dumb. It's okay.
Right.
Santa owns. Not when Bill tells you how to do it, it's easy. He told me before I bought it, waiting for the sale.
Yeah, I think it's probably an overstatement to say it's easy, but it's less difficult with a bit of explanation. Right, once again, look, voice attack, bullets. Look at that. I don't have to touch the keyboard. Voice attack's a wonderful thing, and since my upgrade to 11, I've done a few other things. Instead of using a mic that is probably out of shot for you, yeah, there's a little mic, little boom mic hanging down. That's what I can hear myself on, but you can hear me on a camera mic that's sitting on the top of the monitor. That's a lot clearer, and it's also the mic that I'm using for voice attack, and it's working. Voice attack is working, I think, better than it ever has because of that. REF standard, British, you know.
Request rearming.
Right, so
Copy.
while they're doing that, we'll get the altimeter sorted. And put my usual trims on. As I say, a lot of people do like, I think when you look at guidance, they say one division of nose down for takeoff, but do what works for you, and I find that level works for me for takeoff, so you're not fighting the nose down too much when you finally do lift off. And just about see the rudder moving there. It's very difficult to get my head in the right place to show this. Full right rudder.
Comfortably done. I loved the Hurricane in Combat Flight Sim.
Is Combat Flight Sim as interactive as this one? And is it like as accurate as this one, as DCS? I want the Hurricane in DCS. How can you have a Spitfire and not have a Hurricane? It can't happen, but so far they haven't got the Hurricane. I want it.
Comfortably done. Oh heck no, this was back in 2000-ish.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. We used to do War Thunder. I know you use a Hurricane and that, but we haven't done War Thunder for a long time. War Thunder is a game. It's a great game, but it's a game. This is a simulator, and there is a difference. Right. Now, because I'm talking, I'm losing my track again. I've done my trims. I normally do those trims after I've started the engine, actually. So there we are, look, I'm out straight away. So that's 4 pumps to start. Oops, what happened there? That was an accident. 4 pumps to get it started because it's cold. Oh, I don't know what I've given it now. I looked away and coughed and then fluffed one of the pumps. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing them. Well, that's good. That becomes some explanation for what I was, the issue I was getting earlier on, where I couldn't see the aircraft, only the effects of the aircraft. Pumps on there, ready to start. Crack the throttle, and push those 2 buttons, and then there's a button around the back here to do the mixture. And for the sake of dumb, we tend to use all the time now the aircraft radio. We don't speak to each other on Discord or something, as many would do. We tend to use the aircraft radio. It just feels more realistic. Right, engine's running, brake is on, everything's ready to go. All I've got to do now is taxi. I'll explain. Before I go any further, do you already fly the Spitfire, or would you like me to talk about what I do, the way I use it, like brakes, etc.? I'll have a sup while you're thinking on that.
Comfortably done. I have no prop planes in DCS.
Oh no, you don't know what you're missing, sir. These are beauties, they really are lovely. Especially the Spit, of course. That's my favourite of all time, of all aircraft. So with the Spit, the way it works, let's go back, look at the Mustang. When you want to turn right, you can operate your right brake when you're taxiing. You can operate your right brake by pushing your rudder pedal, by tilting your rudder pedal, not sliding it, tilting your rudder pedal forward. That puts braking on the right wheel. Not so on a Spitfire. You don't have toe braking on a Spitfire. So if you want to turn right on a Spitfire, you give it right rudder and then you apply some braking, and that puts braking only on the right wheel. If I put the rudder back to normal, it'll put braking on both wheels. If you turn left rudder and put braking on, it applies braking only to the left wheel. So you want the right sort of RPM on the engine for this, for taxiing, and then it's a mix between throttle, brake, which I use this lever here to operate my single brake lever, and rudder pedals. It's a mixture between those three. Now I'm not going to go that way because that's a longer taxi. This is for demonstration, so I'm going to go that way. I'm going to cheat. So I'll probably have me on the car bit for it, but never mind.
Santa Rose. It's so much fun, you need to get one so we can fly them together too. Dumb plays on my servers with me.
Oh right, yes, Dumb, well there you are. So there could be Santa and Dumb flying in formation with Bill. I like this plan. I want to be part of it. Ghostbusters. Now, what is it? I love this plan. I'm excited to be a part of it.
Santa owns. Dumb Bill Santa.
Yeah. Doesn't necessarily reflect too well on me that way, but yeah, I don't care. Okay, for takeoff, brake off, stick back, full right, throttle up, dance on the pedals, keep her straight, letting the stick come forward. When you get to by the time they get to about 90 miles an hour, your stick is in place and your throttle is up to about 10 or 12 boost. Once you get to that speed, then it's a gentle pullback for rotate to get her off the ground. Once she's up, it's gear up. As the gear comes up, she's going to want to drop. The nose was going to want to drop, so you've got to be ready to fight that a little bit. And then you need to get your prop pitch back to 2,700 RPM. There's my lever for that. And then adjust your trims. So put your nose down trim will want to come up to one division above level, and your rudder trim, I'll have to zoom out. Your rudder trim has to come so that the word rudder, which is currently all the way around there, will come back so the double D of rudder is around about 12 o'clock. Right. Now I'll try and put all that into action, trying to remember what I just said and do it right. Stick back, full right, brake is off, throttle up, dancing on the pedals, letting the stick come forward. Rotate, gear up. I'm going to adjust my trim now, because that way I'm not fighting it for the rest. I've adjusted the nose up, nose down trim. Now I'll adjust I think something just shot at me. Yeah, I'm being shot at. I'll put the RPM back to 2,700. Yeah, look, there's infantry on the airfield. We'll give them a go. And then put your rudder back so that the double D of rudder is at the 12 o'clock mark. And as a guide, that takes about a count of 6 or 7 seconds. If you can't look at the rudder knob, a count of 6 or 7 seconds. Right, let's go and get those. Now, of course, they're not marked anymore because we've flown away from them. I can't remember exactly where they were, but they're somewhere in this direction. So again, Santa, if you're listening to that engine with the canopy open, what gorgeous. I can't remember where they were. Once they shoot at you, and then they sort of you lose the marker. So you have to remember where they were. That's not what is it?
This makes me want to watch Masters.
There they are.
Again.
Go one step better than that, Dumb. Get yourself a Spitfire in DCS and actually do it rather than watch it. Once again, demonstrate the cockpit or to accentuate the canopy open sound, there it is closed.
Dump flies in VR, I think, and it's so much fun to fly the Corsair in VR. I bet the Spitfire is better.
Oh, possibly, yeah. I know someone that flies the Spitfire with VR, but I'm pretty comfortable with my track IR. I suppose it's like if it ain't busted, don't mend it, and I'm kind of used to track IR now. Now you'll notice, for those that are not aware, there's containers just there. What happens is when we destroy enemy units, they each leave a container behind, and those containers can be picked up by helicopters, brought back to this airfield, and right in front of us now, that's a fuel processing plant. So if it's dropped there, it'll be processed as fuel. If that container is dropped ahead of us there where the chimneys are, if it's dropped in that area, it'll be processed as ammo. And if you're into flying helicopters, you could go out and do some rescues. Like if I was to belly flop in a field somewhere and survive, I could then get picked up and brought back here, back to base, and that helps to boost the morale in the game. It boosts the morale the more you pick up and bring back. Right, I'm going to open the canopy again, just listen.
Santa Ends. He loves flying helis, he'll get you the server info down there around the jets too.
Oh, there you go then.
Santa Ends. It's like a training land.
Yeah.
Comfortable dive. Okay.
I think my track IR got moved. I'm not centered. Let's center me track IR. Hang on. Center. And look, there's a bomber. I'm in the air, and there's a bomber for me to go for, and I can see him. He's showing up. He's not just a pixel. He's an actual aircraft. I can recommend giving Voice Attack a try. It's free. You can make a donation, but it's free. Oh, come off it, boys on the ground. Let me shoot him.
Santa Ends. I thought I do only never use it.
Give it a try, Santa, because I mean, like I said, I don't touch my keyboard, and I don't want to because my wrists don't bend and it becomes a problem. So I don't have to touch my keyboard during flight. And even on the ground, I can just say that I want bullets and it'll bring up the menu. They just jumped out, so they're gone. But I'm now seeing it. Before, all I was seeing was the flames. The aircraft wasn't there. Oh, that's a pleasing thing. I'm glad that kind of locked up and I had to go back in, because that got me the download of the update. That's the default view, and I think that's a bit too far back, to be honest. So I generally give it about that much, because you can probably touch your nose on those dials. So I'll climb up to a couple of thousand feet or more and then roll it over and pull the stick back to do a 180. Okay, let's roll and pull back. Yes, I recommend trying voice attack. Actually, try using it, Santa. Once again, I could probably get you my profile that I use for the Spit, and that could work for you. Well, to some degree, it depends on how you've got. It all depends on your own settings. Some of the things that I have set up are done to work with this stick, so you have to work it for your setup. Let's do another climb and roll and 180.
Comfortable done. I have that same stick.
Oh, great! Well, in that case, for you, my settings in voice attack might work. I mean, there are some things you just have to kind of do on the fly, so they're not. It's not set in stone. You can set it up however you want to. Tell you what, there's some units over there. I think I'm being shot at. Oh, there's another bunch of infantry down there. Okay, let's go get them. If I can remember where they are. I think I can see them. And that's another thing that's changed. I think I'm seeing stuff better since I upgraded to Windows 11. Some certain things have changed. Got them all, got them all. So you see there's 5 containers left there now.
Santa Ellis. Startled smiling.
Yeah, I used to find it very, very difficult to see what was on the ground, like infantry, enemy infantry, but for some reason that's improved. Yeah, I love the low flying bit. I tend to attack low. Let's do some low flying. You appreciate the speed better when you're flying low, don't you? Oh, another thing I could do is go and attack. There's a rail bridge, probably about centre screen now. There's a rail bridge, and on that bridge there are 4 BTRs, and there's a bunch of infantry nearby. And the infantry are actually quite dangerous. What they carry, they can take me down. But I'm going to have a go at the BTRs that are on the road, because it's a rail bridge and next to it is a road bridge, so obviously the BTRs are sitting on the road side, so I'm going to have a go at them. There's a train down there. I won't shoot the train because that causes a logjam of trains. I'll close my canopy while I'm attacking. And I'll probably get shot at least by the infantry down there. I've been shot at already. Yeah, the BTRs are firing at me. Oh, I only got one. Oh, come on. That's bad shooting then. Because once you fire at them, of course, they all split up. I never used to use zoom for attacking because I felt like, well, they didn't have zoom. But the thing is, someone rightly pointed out that our eyes are much better than the resolution of this screen. So when you use zoom, you're only kind of making up for the lack of definition in the screen. So I don't mind doing it now. And I didn't pull my throttle back. Look, I've been running at 10 all that time. I needs to be back there really. There's my boost. So that's another one down, another one down, and another one bites the dust. That's another run now. I haven't got time to pour it. Ah, I can see them. Whether I can see them with when the smoke's in the way, that's another question. Yeah, we got 3 on fire, but I'm out of 20 mil now. This lot here, there's a line of trucks on the grass, and they're good target practice. They don't fire back at you. They're quite inoffensive, and it's good target practice. And when they've all been destroyed, they then respawn. So you've always got a source of target practice that's not going to shoot back at you. Although, of course, if you get too close to the bridge, the guys there will shoot at you, so you have to be careful a bit where you are. I'll do this, but I've probably got RCB get rearmed. And even then I only got 1. Oh good grief. Well, I've got 3, but 2 of them are only smoking. But I am about to run out of ammo, I think, so I'm RTB. Now when you land, when you're slow enough, you can open it. You want to open your canopy. That'll act as an air brake. Give it some drag. Turn on the finals, drop the gear at about 140. So there we are, about there. But as I'm dropping, of course, I'm picking up speed. So I've just got to bleed off that speed a little bit by diverting myself and make some manoeuvres. Right, gear going down. And somewhere between around about 120 or less, I'll put the flaps down. Flaps going down now. Now we'll see what mess I make of this. See, even at that speed she bounced. I'm not concentrating properly, obviously. Oh dear. Obviously I command a lot better, better than that. It's nothing to do with the run. That's just me. So, Dumb, if you're still there,
Santa owns.
get a
Awesome.
spit.
Love this game so much.
Yeah, I mean, I do have more control now than I used to have. When I was flying DCS, War Thunder, a phrase I used was the most difficult part of War Thunder was clicking yes when it said, "Are you sure you want to quit?" I really used to struggle because I did love it. It was a good game. This is a proper simulator, and it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. So, yeah. Are you still there, Dumb? If you are, don't forget to let me know when you go. See, I can't even
Comfortably
burp
done.
privately.
I am.
Jolly good, yeah. So,
Santa owns. Bill, you have a wonderful week. I appreciate you showing me again.
okay, and you too, sir. Maybe say at the weekend, or even maybe midweek. At some point, anyway. We've got to get you on this server, and get you flying your spit with me. That'll be good. I'm always happy to fly a spit. At the moment, I've probably
Santa
got quite a
owns.
few settings to sort
I'm
out.
trying to get him to
for
let me buy him
things
the
like the
Spitfire.
Mosquito. Let you buy him the Spitfire. If I didn't have one, I'd say you can buy it for me, but I've got one. So, yeah. Yeah, have the spit done. You need the spit. Once you get flying in the
Comfortably
spit and
done.
you see how...
Santa gave me your server info. I'll be sure to get on it. Santa
Yeah.
owns.
Yeah.
I gotta run TTYL, mate.
Okay, yeah. TTFN, old chap. Take care. Bye.
Comfortably done. See ya, Santa.
What is the time? Oh, it's a bit later than usual. It's 3:15 for me. Whereabouts are you guys? I can't remember where you are. I think Santa owns is somewhere on planet Earth. Maybe UK. Whereabouts are you, done?
Comfortably done. Indianapolis.
Oh, what, both of you, or Santa is in Indianapolis?
Comfortably done. He's IJ, Texas.
Right, okay.
Comfortably done.
Yeah.
In.
Okay. I'm really terrible at remembering who's where and what I've said to whom. So I do tend to repeat myself a lot. One of the things I'll repeat quite a lot to people that are interested in the spit is this one. Now, are you aware of... Can you see these three blobs here? Do you know what they would be for?
Comfortably done. Yes. Comfortably done. No.
Right, so
Comfortably done. Starter carts.
good guess. Wrong guess, but good guess. No, what it is look, oh look, there's the site. Well, we have LEDs which are a lot more robust. These aircraft didn't have LEDs, no such thing. They used ordinary incandescent light bulbs to create a light source that comes up and reflects this off into the eye of the pilot. But with bumpy landings or even bumpy takeoffs, though the element in those bulbs could blow. So these are spares. So if you're flying along in a spit, you've had a bit of a bumpy takeoff, and maybe you've even taken some bullets that have vibrated the aircraft, you might have had that element blow, or it might have just gone because of age. So the light bulb element has gone, you've got no sight, so you pull this bit with the cable on it, you unplug that, and attached to that is one of these. So you take that light bulb out, discard it somewhere, I'm not sure where you're supposed to, probably over your shoulder, and then take one of these and replace it in there and plug it back in. So they are spare light bulbs. So you might be in a dogfight with Hans, and you've got to say, hold on Hans, I've just got to change a light bulb before I can carry on fighting you. So that's what they are. They are light bulbs for the site. Not a lot of people know that.
Comfortably done. That's crazy. It's not modelled in game though, is it?
No, unfortunately that isn't. Something that is modelled in game is this. This is your lighting setup. Now if I put that switch there and that switch there, this, as you can see by the little reminder on the front, is a Morse code thing. And what it does is if I jump out the aircraft, I've mapped that button, I've mapped this button to M on my keyboard, and I'd never use it, so I still don't have to touch my keyboard. But if I now jump out of my nose down aircraft and hit that M button, you'll see that the light, in fact you'll see it better like this, because normally you can't see the underneath light. And the whole point is, if my radio got hit and I couldn't communicate with the rest of the section, I can hit that and communicate in Morse code. So that's something else that most people won't know about, and I didn't know about it until I got flying it in DCS. But nice little bit of info, which I think is just nice. There we are. Pity I have to break my prop and go nose over to show you it, but
Comfortably done. Spitfire is canvas, right?
no, the Spitfire is thin sheet metal. The Hurricane was canvas, but I'm not even sure what the fuselage was. It wood? Don't know. I mean, the Mosquito was wooden, but no, the Spitfire was like thin sheet. I'm guessing, I don't know for sure, but I think it must have been aluminium because it's light.
Comfortably
so it's thin
done.
sheet.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, the Hurricane was that was canvas, and you can see when you look at you can see the, I don't know, I can't remember what you call them. Hold on, let's get a menu up so that it doesn't all move about. You can see the, I don't know what you call them, but there are not stringers. Is it stringers that come along from all the way along there?
Okay, I see the sheen of the metal now.
Yeah, it's very smooth. But if you had a Hurricane, you'd see like little dips between the stringers. So you'd have stringers going along from the bottom, working your way up to the top, and then over the stringers they put the fabric, and I don't know whether they dope it on, shrink it on, or whatever, but that causes a slight concaveness, I think, between two stringers, slight concaveness, so you can see the stringer in between them. That's good news about the update. I've got to ping something to Laxor about that one. So hopefully you've learned something about the Spitfire, and hopefully it might look a bit more intriguing for you. What do you think?
Comfortably done. Oh, I've always been interested. Especially in VR.
But what about especially in the Spit? Are you interested in the Spit? Has this whetted your appetite for the Spitfire? You can say no.
Comfortably done. I had several payware WW2 aircraft in MSFS.
Ah, right. I've got the Spit in MSFS, but to be
Comfortably
honest,
done.
I haven't done it for yonks.
Yes, I've always liked the Spit.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not like the Spit? They're beautiful aircraft, as are the 109s, as are the P51s, P40, P47. I think is less beautiful, or more
Comfortably done.
G's.
That Merlin engine.
Oh yeah, and the sound that we get from inside the canopy with this Echo 19 sound, just brilliant, brilliant. But it's also that much more controllable. You'll say on the F16. I find that I move the stick and it doesn't move, it doesn't react instantly. There's that little tiny delay. Doesn't react instantly. Whereas this, the Spitfire, it does. You say, it does. But as I say, she's on the ground. They said she's a bitch on the ground, and that's because of this, like, she's a tail dragger and she's got a thin wheelbase, much like the 109. That's why the 109 and the Spit are similar. Apparently there were more deaths in 109 during takeoff than there were deaths in 109 from being shot down. You know, that might be an exaggeration, but it means there was a lot
Comfortably
of
done.
danger in takeoff.
I really like the FW190.
Yeah, and of course that's more stable because it's got much wider wheelbase, hasn't it? So that makes it more stable. But there are some things to remember about flying that, as there are with the 109. With the 109 in this, you've got to make sure you turn off the auto prop pitch or something. Do you turn it off or turn it on? I think you have to turn off the auto prop pitch once you get airborne, and if you don't, it causes issues. The engine actually stops. So you've got to get that right. But they are beautiful aircraft. I love that big fan at the front. Just the sound of it, moving parts, the flames shooting out of those exhaust ports. When this mission goes into night time or even early evening and you see the flames coming out the exhaust ports, it's beautiful. It's just lovely. So hopefully you'll consider. And did I catch it right earlier on that that Santa has offered to buy you a Spitfire? What? You cannot refuse that, sir. If that's the case, maybe I got that wrong. That's what it seemed to read like. I think it's time to
Comfortably done.
another drop of rum.
LOL, yes, very generous of him.
Wow. Are you going to take him up on it, or are you just going to buy it?
Comfortably done. I'm on Steam. I'll just buy it.
I'm not sure how that works. I felt sure that when I bought the Spit it said not compatible with the Steam version or something. So be aware, just be aware of that, just in case. Hopefully I've got it wrong because I don't really understand much about Steam. So hopefully I've got that wrong, and you can just get your Spit that way and still run it. But I felt sure at some point that it said, you know, not compatible with Steam. Just be aware, just check it out. God damn it, that's rum's nice.
Comfortably done. I'm looking now.
Oh good, yeah, let me know because I'd be interested to know the answer to that one. And failing that, I suppose you'd have to download DCS without Steam and then you'd be able to use the Spit or whatever else is not compatible with Steam. I'll tell you what, while you're fiddling with that, I'm going to jump out of this and get in the other one that's got Merlin engines, because I want to see what I've got to remap. I've just recently
Comfortably
upgraded my
done.
system.
I need to convert to standalone anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, you'll be cooking. Yeah,
Santa owns. I'm back from dinner lol.
Oh, it's only for dinner. Oh, cool. Yeah, of course. I realise now where you are. You're way over there, aren't you? So it's early for you. It's not quite so early for me. It's 3:30 in the morning. So I'm gonna just give the spit a try, only to see if I need to do loads of remapping.
Santa owns. It's late to eat dinner but wife was busy.
Oh right, okay. Next thing you know, I'll be needing to have a nibble at something. Oh, right, it looks as though, hang on. Yep, I've immediately hit an issue with this aircraft in terms of control settings, because I'm using my buttons that put me outside of the aircraft and it ain't happening.
Drinking rum straight, like a man.
Oh, it's the only way to drink rum, isn't it? No, actually, for years, I've only drunk rum straight, but just recently I fancied something fizzy, but I also fancied a rum, so I actually had a rum and lemonade. Unheard of for me. I would only ever have my rum straight, but wanted the fizz of the lemonade as well, and then later on Coke. But I mean, that's the way I like my rum. Love it. This one, Pusser's rum. Are you a rum drinker? Who was it that asked that? Yeah, dumb. Are you a rum drinker or what?
Comfortably done. I like rum, but I prefer Scotch.
I like Scotch. It's nice to alternate. What I find is you can get used to a good thing. So I find that after a while, when I have a whiskey, whether it's whiskey with an E, Irish, or whiskey with just a Y, Scotch, having one of those is a really nice refreshing change, but I always end up coming back to this. But this is Pusser's rum. This is good stuff. It's probably what the Navy would issue, so it's good stuff. I'm not sure they do that now, but the other one I've got, this is Pusser's. The other one is also Pusser's, but it's called Pusser's Gunpowder. Now can you imagine why they called a rum gunpowder?
Comfortably done. I have some Sailor Jerry's in my pantry, but I use it for eggnog.
Well, I'm sure that's very nice too. Yeah. This is starting to make me feel hungry.
Because of powder kegs.
It is definitely linked. Yeah, you're on the right track. Apparently, if you've got ordinary rum, like you're in a sailing ship, like a sailing battleship, back in the days of wooden hulls and loads of cannons poking out of cannon ports, if you spilt your rum, some of your grog, or I don't know if it's grog at that time, but if you spilt some of your rum on the gunpowder, it would prevent the gunpowder from firing. But the next one up from this, which is like the usual 40 ABV, the next one up is called gunpowder, and it's because it's 54 percent ABV, and what it meant was if you spilt that rum, if you was to spill that rum on your gunpowder would still fire, because there's so much alcohol involved in it, that it would still fire. So I've got a whole bottle of that sitting on my
Comfortably done.
table out there.
LOL, that's great. Restream.io. trophy. Congratulations.
100 messages.
You've received 100 messages today with
I
Restream
get all
chat.
these things coming from Restream and YouTube, because I stream on YouTube and on Twitch. I get all these things saying, you know, oh, you've had this many viewers and this much has happened. You know what? They
Comfortably
just go
done.
straight in the bin. I'm not
Do
interested.
you like gin?
Gin is really odd. I didn't like it. I thought it tasted a bit like perfumed water, which wasn't quite right. And then there was one time I was out and me and my mate, we walked home from about a 5 mile walk back from one place to where we lived. And by the time we got home, it had been snowing, it was cold. By the time I got home, I was cold. I wanted something to warm me up, and the only thing I could find, because I was only what, about 19, and so I was living with mum and dad, and the only thing I could find was in the cupboard from my late brother's 21st birthday party, was a bottle of gin. And I thought, oh, it'll have to do, it'll warm me up. And because of what it did, that actually made me find that I could drink it okay. I found it was okay. Not so much on its own. I probably prefer a drop of lime in it. Just trying to think what else. Maybe orange. Yeah. But I'll drink. The thing is, I'll drink and eat just about anything. I'm happy with vodka, gin, whiskey, rum. I like any of them. Bit like that with food, really.
Comfortably done. It seemed more popular in the UK. That's why I asked.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, definitely. I think even in the Navy, I think you might find that the officers would be drinking gin, or maybe that was in the army. I don't know, but yeah, they would perhaps go for gin, which I've always considered it because it tastes a bit like perfume. I've always considered it a bit of a ladies' drink, but of course, yeah, men used to drink it a lot. The officers used to drink it. I don't know what other people, but I think it was very popular among military officers, whether it was just naval or whether it was just army or any of them. I don't know. I've got to open this window.
Done. Yes, it has that juniper flavour.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But I had some not too long ago. And maybe I got the proportions wrong, but the flavour, it wasn't, and it's not strong stuff, it's just like ordinary spirit, isn't it? But the flavour was odd. It was odd to a point where I thought, no, I'm not sure about this. I'll perhaps drink gin on its own in small proportion, or I'll drink whatever goes in it on its own. But putting those two together, it had an odd flavour that I couldn't put my finger on. But yeah, I drink anything, and I eat just about anything. So I'm probably the most easily fed and watered guy, which is really good for me, because it means I'm always, if you go somewhere and it's like a buffet or whatever, I'm always going to find stuff that I'm happy with. I feel a bit sad for people that say, oh, I don't like this or I don't like that. When my wife and my late lovely wife, I lost 5 years ago, when we went to a friend of mine for an evening there, just bite to eat and that sort of thing, and Gina, my mate's wife, said to my wife, does Bill like such and such? Because they were getting the table ready. Does Bill like such and such? And she said, yes. What about, yeah? And what about, yeah? And every time she said, what about whatever, the answer was yes. She said, is there anything he doesn't eat? She said, I don't think so. No, I like just about everything. My policy is, don't decide you don't like something when you try it. Only decide you don't like something after you've tried it 10 times, because your taste is a sense, and all your senses can be shocked. Oh, I've got hiccups now. All your senses can be shocked, so you have to get past that shock to decide whether you actually do or don't like it, and you need to try it about 10 times for that.
Comfortably done. I hated beer when I first tried it. Now I love
Yeah,
it.
okay, come on. How old were you when you first tried it?
Comfortably done.
Oh,
18.
okay, alright. Well, that's different to what I expected, because I didn't like rum when I first tried it, but I was 11. I've just realised I'm sitting in this aircraft having a chat rather than getting it started, aren't I? So let's just see if there's anything I need to do. Oh yeah, the thing I couldn't do was get out of the cockpit, wasn't it? The button I've got a load. It looks like I've got a load of mapping, which is what I was afraid of. It looks as though I've got a load of mapping to catch up on. I imagine the let's end that for a minute.
Comfortably done.
That's
I lived
working.
in Germany for 2 years.
Oh right.
That helped me learn to like beer.
Well, yeah. Well, German is like the lager type beer, isn't it? See, the beer I have, which I had earlier on in this, is like ale, real ale, which I suspect you don't have so much access to over there. But it's a different sort of animal to what you get. It's a different animal to lager, the lager type beers. It's lovely. The one I had earlier on is called Proper Job, and it's down from the southwest of England, and it's got a lovely bitter smack. Now, as a kid, I used to think bitter was bad. As you grow up, things change. So it's got a lovely bitter smack, but it's also got a heavy smack of hops. Really hoppy flavour with it. I just love it. It's absolutely beautiful. Hang on. I shouldn't pour this because I've had one already tonight, and I've had a couple of rums as well, so I shouldn't be pouring this, but that's a proper job, or as they would say in Cornwall, proper job. So yeah, that's a lovely beer. It's got a fresh hoppy taste with a good bitter smack. Recommended. So I don't think you normally get anything like that over there, do you? On the other side of the pond.
Comfortably done. I'm trying to remember. I think they use a lot of Pilsner style beer.
Yeah, and Pilsner is basically, it's a lager. It's lager. So the lagers need to be drunk very cold, I think. And part of the reason for that is there are certain flavours in lager that are not necessarily nice on the tongue. When you drink lager when it's cold, your tongue is less receptive to those flavours, so you don't notice the flavours that you don't really want because it's too cold. And that's the way I believe it to work. So that's why lager needs to come out of the fridge. Whereas this, look, I've just taken this out of the cupboard. I've taken it out of the cupboard behind me, and I would drink that now. I would not want to put that in the fridge. No way, Pedro. And thinking about the States, my lovely late wife and I, we went a number of years ago. We went to New England.
Comfortably done.
Hang on.
Really. I've never drank a room temp beer.
Oh yeah. Oh what? You've got to. You've got to. Because you can get a bite from your beer from things other than cold. This gives you the bite because of the bitter smack and the and the lovely hoppy flavour that you almost breathe. It's really, there's no way you can describe this kind of thing, is there? You'd have to try it in some way, and you won't get that. I'll tell you what, I'll say this about food. You show me something I don't like, I'll give you money. So if you find one of those where you are, I'll give you money. That's how I'm pretty sure that you won't find it. But it's a lovely bit. It's an IPA. IPA stands for Indian Pale Ale. But it's just beautiful stuff. Yeah. So when we were in New England, right, and we were at the hotel, we were there for something called New England in the Fall, where you see all the beautiful colours of the forestry and stuff. On the very first hotel that we stopped at, because it was like a coach tour around New England, stopping at various hotels, and the very first hotel, there's a guy, and this has got nothing to do with what we've been talking about, it's just a story I like to remember. There was a guy in the foyer. We were standing in the foyer and waiting for the elevator. We were waiting for the elevator to arrive, and there was this big guy. And if you know John Candy, this guy, every time I think of this memory, I think of John Candy. Great guy. And he said, "So what are you guys doing here?" And I said, "Well, we're here for New England in the fall." And either way. And he said, "What? You jumped the pond just to come and look at some leaves? Don't you have leaves of your own in England?" Oh, brilliant. It was a lovely memory.
Comfortably done. Ha ha, I loved John Candy.
Yeah, it was great, wasn't he? Yeah, such a pity. What a loss. But say, this guy, when he said that, and I think of that memory, I just think of John Candy. I don't suppose it was him, but I mean, it was long enough ago that I wouldn't have realised at that time if it was him. So I don't suppose it was, but it was. It's a nice thought, and let's say a lovely memory. In fact, that was really quite a memory altogether, because the year we went, we were accompanied by Hurricane Sandy. But fortunately, we were away from the New York area, because we landed at JFK, and we were away from that area very early the following morning, and they said, like, no messing about, we're out of here. So because they knew what was coming, because on the TV they'd been saying, well, it's probably going to head out towards sea, and when it does that, they just sort of peter out and come to nothing. But it could just curve in towards land, and then that wouldn't be good. So, and of course, that's what it did. But we were slightly ahead of it, and we got away from that area. But we did, when we came back, sort of, I think the tour was only about 9 days. When we came back, things were still going, and we got the rain and the wind. Got it in the air
with your tips first try. Totally survived the landing too.
Hey, wait a minute, Santa. Got in the air. Whoa! I didn't even know you had been. I thought you were off. I thought you were going. So you've been flying, and you've actually done it. And maybe what I said helped you a bit.
Santa owns. No, I left for dinner and came back.
That's right, you said about dinner, but then since then you secretly snuck in and did a flight, and from what you're saying, a successful flight. You survived the landing. Well, you know what they say about a landing you survive. Any landing you survive is a good landing, isn't it? Now, what was I going to look at? I was going to look at stuff in here.
Yes, successful is going to be based on your view of how I crashed and survived. Comfortably done. Don't believe Santa. He's probably a big fireball right now.
Well, how I crashed and survived, yeah, kind of links to that thought, doesn't it? Right, so if I go back to controls, oh my god, does that mean I've got nothing? Hold on. Oh, it's like, did you ever see Hook? You know, to do a Peter Pan, and Smee says, he's forgotten everything. And that looks like what DCS has done with my... Oh, hang on. I might have a copy that I can load in if I can find it. I might have saved it. Load profile. There's the spit. Oh no. Config. Input. I'll try. Hopefully, if I've got it here, the Mosquito. There we are. And I've got more than one version, so let's go for 11th of July 24. Hey, this might work. Okay. Well, it doesn't look as though it's done much. Okay, well, the way to find out is to jump in and try it. No, see, look, it's not got things like this hat switch that I'm using at the moment, and when I push it down it should push me outside of the aircraft. When I push it to the right it should show me the map. When I push that button, that's working. That's actually working fully. I push that button and I can see the map. I let go, the map goes. But I do need these other buttons working. What about zoom? I know I've got no zoom. Oh, there's a load of stuff missing. And that's since my upgrade. So this upgrade from Windows 10 to Windows 11 has got so much to answer for, including the loss of at least 2 drives, and I'm thinking 3, because of what occurred. Oh, what a nightmare that was. 2 weeks later, I'm still working on getting my computer back to normal after upgrading from 10 to 11. But I've got so much work on this because a lot of the things, I never have to touch anything. What I can do, if I was to say run starter, no, it's not even behaving for that. Because what happens is I'm using voice attack, and if I say that command, it should give me the open up the menus, etc., and say and tell them to run a starter. Let's give it another try. Oh, actually, I don't need to give it another try really, because I'm looking across at voice attack, and it says that it recognised run starter with a confidence of 75%, and that, so it should do it. I'll do it again. Run starter, and it's not behaving. It's picked it up again, it's registered it again, and that was a confidence level of 81, but it's not doing it in game. That is a pity. I mean, sometimes you can do that and it'll bring up the menus and do all that sort of stuff, and it won't work. And the reason it doesn't work is because you have the window closed, and if you've got the window closed, the ground crew can't hear you, of course, so you've got to open the window. Darn it. So I'm not going to try and start this. There's a lot to do, I think. Even if I start, well, perhaps maybe I'll just try starting it, see if that works, because most of that is button clicks. Right. But No, it won't, because they're not recognising run the starter, and I don't think I have to have things done before I do that. I'll try it, but I don't think that can make any difference. I'd have to select it on the menus. Run starter. Yeah, it picked it up again straight away, but it's not responding to it. Comms. It's not picking up. Comms. Try again. Comms. Nope, it's not picking up. Comms. It's not picking up. Oh, it's not even picking up. Oh, it's not picking up anything. Oh, this is a big job. That's a big job. At least the axes. The axes. Oh no, we've got double mappings. Look, I'm not touching the stick. Oh, now it's stopped. But the rudder pedals were affecting the stick just then. Oh. See now, look, I'm on open mic and I'm burping. My apologies. Normally I've always got push to talk, but for these purposes tonight I've left it as open mic. It's not a comfortable feeling. I'm much more comfortable with push to talk, to be honest. Oh look, my prop pitch is affecting my rudder pedals very oddly. Rudder pedals are doing
Comfortably done.
only that.
I heard no burp. You're good. Even if I did hear it, we wouldn't care.
No, I know you wouldn't. It's just me. It's my personal thing. So can I can't even get the menu up because I also changed the default for getting the menu to see, and I can't remember what is it on the controls. How do you get the menu up? Comms menu, communications, communications menu, backslash. Well, you see, that backslash for me is center my head tracking. But the head tracking's possibly not working. I don't know, is it working? No, the head tracking's working. But let's just try backslash and see if it brings up. No, it just centers me. It just centers me. Center. As does that. So the Mosquito is a definite no-no until I can spend quite some time working on it and getting it back. And that's not so much, it's not really since Windows 11, but with Windows 11 I used to have a solid state drive that had my operating system on it and another solid state drive that had DCS on it. Now, I don't know if you're into all this, but I have an M.2 drive directly on the motherboard. And that M.2 is a 2 terabyte, so I have the operating system, because of speed of an M.2, I've got the operating system plus DCS on that drive, so that it all kind of works quicker. I can't remember why I was telling you that. Yeah,
Comfortably
it's
done.
gone.
M.2 drives are great.
Yeah.
My DCS is installed on one.
Well, that's what I used to have. I used to have my DCS installed on an M.2, but then what happened was that my C drive, that normally held my operating system for Windows 10, failed. Right, and I couldn't get that back. So the idea was then, instead of upgrading from 10 to 11, I got a 2 terabyte M.2, put that on the motherboard, and then did a clean install of Windows 11 instead of an upgrading type install. So yeah, excuse me, I had a completely clean install, and then I put DCS, reinstalled DCS onto that drive also. So DCS is like a clean install as well. So I can see that every aircraft I have, I'm going to have a similar problem where nothing is mapped. I'm going to have to start from scratch on everything. I had a decent, at least a half decent
Comfortably done.
file to
I
load
need
for
to
the
do that
Spitfire.
same thing.
Oh.
I still use Windows 10.
Okay. Oh. Well, I decided I have to do it because in October support stops, and you can buy another year, but I thought no, let's bite the bullet and get on with it, get it done now. But in the process, it wasn't even in the process, just before I was going to do Windows 11 upgrade, there was a Windows 10 update. So I thought, fair enough, I'll take that because it may help install Windows 11 as an upgrade if Windows 10 is up to date. So anyway, I took that update and then I went into the computer and it was all fine, it was running okay, and I went into my profile, everything was fine, and I clicked on Outlook to see what emails I had, and got an hourglass, and then eventually I got blue screen of death, and then after that it just kept cycling round and it wasn't going anywhere, and even when I tried to repair it, that was an issue as well. But there's also another complication. Now bear this in mind please, because if you're going to upgrade at any time from 10 to 11, you have to be sure of certain settings in the BIOS. If those settings aren't there, Windows 11 isn't going to upgrade. And it's to do with security. So there's three settings. I'd have to really rack my brains now to think exactly what they are, because I don't go into the BIOS every day. But there's three settings that you have to make sure of, and it's to do with encryption. So you have to make sure they're there before you upgrade to Windows 11, otherwise it just ain't gonna happen. So I did that. I think possibly in doing that, and having had the issue that I had with the Windows 10 update and things going pear-shaped at that point, it all fell over. So that's when I decided, okay, I'll forget upgrading my C drive operating system to Windows 11. I'll go for a new M.2 drive directly on the motherboard to get the operating system and DCS. So that's what I did, and that meant a new, a clean
I remember
install.
hearing about the security.
Yeah.
I have no idea if my motherboard is compatible. I need a new one and CPU anyway.
Right. Well, if you need a new motherboard, then you can obviously check that you're getting one that's compatible with Windows 11 already without going into the BIOS. But we don't go into the BIOS every day. Not ordinary folk don't, anyway. I don't. So I always find that a little bit scary, almost as scary as going to the going into Regedit. That's puts a cold steel rod through my body. But because you can mess things up horribly. But if you've got to get a new Mobo, then you can make sure you're getting one that's right, and one that doesn't need that sort of attention. And so it's three settings basically. I can't remember what they are now. It was only a few weeks ago, but it feels like a year went by.
I'm
in
using
terms
an
of work.
ancient AMD 3600.
Oh wow! So yeah, you're going to need a new motherboard to be able to take. I don't know. Mine's a Ryzen 7 chip, like CPU. So you're going to need a new motherboard to accept anything, you know, that is acceptable, I suppose, aren't you? It'll be, yeah, it won't accept, your current motherboard probably won't accept what you need for Windows 11, I guess. So yeah, new mobile on chip and chip. What about your GPU? Because I've since moved up to a RTX 3060, which obviously is overcome now by later models, but it does me
Comfortably
all right.
done. I'm using a 5070.
Oh, 50. We're talking about a GeForce like RTX 570, because that's way ahead of mine by the sounds of it.
Comfortably done. Yes,
Right.
Nvidia.
Oh, well, it sounds like you're good to go on that then. So it's just your motherboard and your chip, and ensuring that you've got a motherboard that's good for it. But it sounds like you will have a similar thing to me. You're
Comfortably
going to
done.
be doing clean
Yes,
install, I
new
guess.
Mabo, CPU, and RAM is all I need.
Yeah. And I've got 32 gig of RAM. But I think you can get by. You can just about get by with 8. 16 is better, and 32 is obviously more capable. I'm sure mine's 32 now. Yeah, I've got all my sockets plugged in. I think it's 32 that I've got. But they're a nightmare, aren't they? I mean, there's so much to do. It's been non-stop, and even what you might imagine to be simple things. Every month, I do my bills. I don't actually pay them. It all happens automatically. I just record them. Keep note of what my bills are, of my outgoings, and then at the end of all that, I run various backups. So that was on Windows 10. So all my drive names are different, and of course you don't know a lot of this stuff before you start. So if you did, then you might do things differently. But so to do my backups, I had then had to rejig them. That was a big job. And before I could do that, I had to get my main computer, my desktop, to be able to see and interact with my laptop, my new laptop, which I had to get in order to be able to do all the stuff I need to do to upgrade to Windows 11. What a job! It's just 3 weeks of hell, to be honest.
Comfortably done.
Yeah.
That's a nightmare.
Well, I lost at least 2 drives. One of the drives I lost. Now I worked in a band for 20 odd years.
Comfortably done.
And
which Ryzen 7 are you using?
Oh, good question. I'd have to look at stuff to find that out exactly. But it's just a 7200. That's really a guess. There might not be any such thing as a 7200, but that's kind of a guess. So I worked in a band for 20 odd years. I was like bass guitar and main vocals for 20 odd years, and eventually, because of at least partly because of issues with my wrists don't bend. Look, if you look at my little inset, that is as much as that wrist bends. That's my right wrist. Okay, now this left wrist, that's as much as it bends. It doesn't bend at all. Can you imagine playing guitar with a wrist that doesn't bend? If you don't play guitar, it might be easy to imagine, but if you do play guitar, you're going to think, no, that's not good news. So yeah, but anyway, but after I lost my wife about 5 years ago, 6 months after that, I just really needed something to pull me out of
I
the
can't play
doldrums.
guitar with 2 good wrists.
No, I needed something that would sort of give me something to work on. So about 6 months after I lost my wife, I picked up guitar again. After like a 15-year hiatus of quitting the band, right? And now 15 years later, I'm picking up my guitar, and I played bass, but now I'm picking up like 6-string guitar. just to start doing. And I the short story is I ended up downloading and buying a program called Ableton. Ableton is like a recording studio, if you like, and you make projects. A song is a project for me, so I put down some kind of a percussion track, then lay down the rhythm guitar, and then other bits and pieces and the vocals, so until I've got the song complete. And then if I want to, I can over record any of those and sing against the rest or play against the rest, which makes it easier. So they are saved in projects. So I use Ableton, and I had Ableton projects. Well, the hard drive that they were all stored on went down. Now I'm not sure why or at what point, but it's gone down. It doesn't spin even. So I've lost, although my projects that I had on there were lost. I don't know if you can possibly imagine what that must feel like, but it was horrible. All that work. Not I'd already made the final product, but it meant I couldn't reload those projects and remix them, or if I wasn't comfortable with a guitar or something, I could redo it. But you can't do that if you can't import it, and they were gone. So luckily there was one that I was able to retrieve. I don't know about your age group there, Dumb, but
Comfortably done. Was this drive an SSD?
No, it was actually a mechanical 1 terabyte drive. That's the one that went down. But also the operating system drive, the C drive, was an SSD, and that once again has become unreadable. It doesn't read. I've got a thing that you plug into an internal drive, and you can plug that in via a USB, and it doesn't see them. Those two drives are not visible, so I've lost all those projects. But there was one that I have managed to retrieve, because of an issue. I was dealing with Ableton, and there was an issue with the export sounds, and in the end they said, well, send us your complete project with, like, on Google Drive, and we'll have a look and see if we can find out what the problem is. And that was all sorted. That's not a problem. But since then, and since I've had all this issue, it occurred to me, if I put it on the Google Drive, it's still there. So I managed to download all this stuff, put it all together in a folder, and it works. So I can now actually carry on working, because that was a work in progress. That was the most recent.
Comfortably done.
So that's
fantastic.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you might be able to imagine how good I felt, the fact that I can now load the project, and to be honest, all parts apart from the bongos, which are programmed in, so there's no one going to make a mistake there, but all parts need, really, I want to redo them. I'm not comfortable, fully comfortable with any of the parts, so I'd like to redo them. And when you've got the whole song, even if parts are not good, you've got something to sing against or play against when you re-record. Like if I re-record the vocals, I've still got all my guitar parts that I can play against. So that's why I wanted that back, so I can now go through those parts again and just do it. That was I don't know your age group, Dumb, but that was a Beatles number. Have you ever heard of the Beatles? It feels odd to ask that, but now you do actually need to ask it. Have you ever heard of the Beatles?
Comfortably done. I'm middle-aged. Santa owns.
All right.
I think he went to school with Jesus.
Well, I went to school with Joseph, if that's the case. But I lost the thread of what I was going to say then. Oh, darn it. But yeah, so anyway, that latest number that I really was not comfortable about losing what? That was a Beatles number. It's called "And I Love." No, it wasn't. I've already done that one. You can watch that one if you want.
Comfortably done.
It was "Till There
So
Was You."
what's your fave guitar?
You mean type or specific? I mean, there's rhythm. There's. Do you mean is my favourite guitar a bass guitar
Comfortably
or
done.
is it a solid guitar?
Specific.
Specific. Well, I've got to say my bass, I suppose. I played that bass for a good number of years, and it's a beautiful. I'm not being modest here. I'm not worthy of that bass. My job was vocals and bass, and I never considered myself vocalist or a bassist. I just happened to do the job in that band, and it all worked, and it worked well. You know, I was the most suitable to do the vocals, and I played the bass, and that's just the way it worked. We did dinner dance function type stuff, which might sound stuffy, but I'll tell you what, it was great, because during dinner we could play. If you're a music lover that has got a wide variety of music choice, it's brilliant, because during dinner we could play anything from Eric Satie's Gymnopodes. You know that one? Very classical piece. And we used to do one when I would sing a couple of Sting numbers, like Fields of Gold and Englishman in New
done.
York.
I have 5 bass guitars. I
Wow.
forgot how many 6 strings I have.
Oh, what a guy. Brilliant stuff. I'll tell you what, just for the hell of it, if you get the chance, go to my YouTube channel. And there's some stuff on there that you might find interesting. My YouTube channel, it comes under Bill 1949
Santa
space
knows.
WT.
I have 2 guitars and an electric guitar, but I suck for sure.
The whole point is, do you enjoy it? Nothing else matters. I always used to say to my kids, look, music is not there. I don't believe it's there. I mean, Dylan probably wrote some amazing stuff that
Santa
had deep
I got it
words.
to spend time with
But-
my daughter. She likes them.
Oh, great. Well, that's good. But it's whatever works for you. But to my mind, music is only to be enjoyed. It's not specifically to deliver a profound message. And like, you'll get a guy that can play notes on a guitar like a billion notes a second, or someone that can blow a trumpet 5 octaves higher than anybody else. Clever, but it's not nice to listen to. It's not pleasant on the ear. Music has to be pleasant on the ear. And my point was, music is to be enjoyed, not to be suffered. Yeah, it's not to prove a point, it's just to be enjoyed. That's what I used to say to my kids. So if you enjoy your guitar but can't play it, that doesn't matter if you can't play it. If you enjoy it, that's what matters. That's really what matters. So yeah, who was it? It was Dumb that I was saying to, really, I think, but both if you're interested. My
Comfortably
YouTube.
done.
Hang on.
The Beatles were all great musicians.
Oh yeah.
I never realized that until I tried playing an instrument.
You know what? I grew up with the Beatles. I was like 13, 14, 15 years old in the time of when the Beatles were at their greatest. I grew up with them. They're part of my life. But since over the last like 5 years or so, when I've been attempting to replicate what they did, and there's a guy called Mike Bocelli who kind of breaks down their songs and shows you exactly what they did, and he even tries to use exactly the same guitars, etc. And he does a fantastic job. And when you look at those things and you break it down, you think, Jesus, this is not just music. These guys were like gods. They were absolutely amazing what they did. Absolutely incredible. So, yeah, I can't praise the Beatles enough. And say I love them anyway, because it's just part of a very powerful part of my life. You know, first love and all that. Very powerful part of my life. So yeah, the Beatles are fantastic for me. And this song that I thought I'd lost forever, Till There Was You, that I was working on, I've now got it back. Absolutely incredible. I could almost like cry with pleasure at the fact that I've got it back. Well, I thought I'd lost it. But so yeah, if you're interested, go to my YouTube channel is Bill1949 space WT, and you'll recognise the little icon which is
Comfortably done. I found your YouTube.
Oh, you found it. Oh, well done. Okay, well there's some various stuff on there, various musical stuff. One of them is just a clip of my son on drums when he was 4, and he used to say, "I want a drum kit." Well, he was looking in the catalogue, where you buy things sort of cheaply. "I want that drum kit." So anyway, we got him at drum kit, and he ended up working, in a band. He's just recently actually got back from South America, not playing, but he's moved on from working in a band to becoming tour manager. Do you know Green Day? Let me know if you know Green Day, but it may well not be your era. Tell me to have another slug of rum.
Santa owns. I know Green Day.
Right, well, my number 3 son, who worked in the band, has just recently, over the last
owns.
6 or 8 months...
Have 2 slugs of rum.
Thank you very much, I will. He has been touring with a band called Bad Nerves. Now that's a British band.
Oh my, your time in a bottle is beautiful.
Thank you, sir. That's a valuable, you wouldn't believe how valuable that comment is that you made, because it's the words on it, having lost my wife, though, that you listen to the words. I'm not normally into lyrics, I never used to be into lyrics, but you listen to the words on that, and there's another one, if you scroll further down, called If, which Telly Savalas massacred by talking it with a lollipop in his mouth.
I had to do a double take to make sure the singing was you.
Okay, yeah, it is. And none of these things are perfect. I mean, the Time in a Bottle, there's certainly some things in that which were very awkward, partly because I think I said about my wrists not bending. Well, I've also got a short thumb. A couple of years ago I lopped the top off of that with a table saw. So I've got a short thumb, which doesn't help things, and I've got a wrist that doesn't bend, and I'm trying to get these really lovely but pretty awkward chords while I'm playing Time in a Bottle. But that's a one hit as well. Not one, wrong words. A one attempt. It's a one off. I didn't record bits and pieces and put them together. That's like start to finish live on camera that I wanted to get right. And if you look further down, there's also If, which is a similar thing. It's a simpler song, but that was very difficult. If was very difficult because there's a line in it.
Done. Do you know Tony Iommi? You Brits sure love lopping your digits off.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about, but that's the guy from, is that from Def Leppard? Not sure. I mean, I might be getting that totally wrong.
Comfortably done. Black
Sabbath. Yes. Yeah. People do amazing things, to carry on like that. And people have said to me, you've done well because of the fact that believe me, I'm pushing down. Look, if you look at my inset, I'm putting weight on that wrist. That wrist does not bend. It's like a stick from elbow to knuckle, it's like a stick. That bit does not bend. And when you want to play guitar, you have to end up adjusting your body instead of your wrist. So it really becomes quite a challenge. But there's a few things. There's bits of the band on there actually as well, done. If you want to look at it, there's various bits on there of the band. There's also, I'm not sure it's on there. Hang on, let me think. I don't think it's on there. We did. Do you know the band Simply Red, or is that just a British band? And now I'm going to obey the instructions of Santa.
Comfortably done. Yes, I remember them from the 80s.
Okay, well, we used to do one called Holding Back the Years, which we used to, when we go on to that song, it's difficult to describe it on here, but we'd push our ears, the tops of our ears, against our head, rather than saying the words holding back the years. It was like holding back your ears. That's where we're going to go to next. But I don't think that's
Comfortably
on there.
done.
I don't think that's on there.
LOL.
I don't think holding back the years is on there, but that's on my Facebook profile. That's on there, but I don't know that I've got that on YouTube. And another one not on YouTube. Do you remember? What about the Hollies? Did they make it over to the States, like in popularity wise? He ain't heavy. He's my brother.
Comfortably done. I bet I've heard them, but the name doesn't ring a bell.
What about the song? He ain't heavy, he's my brother. He ain't heavy, he's my brother. Nah, it didn't sound like that. It's too low. Well, we did that one anyway. It's a lovely song. But I've got a recording of us doing that live. And on that night, my brother, who was living in Australia and had been for decades, they'd come over for like a vacation in UK. So I've got my older brother in the audience whilst we're doing He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother. And this was the year following the loss of my other older brother, who dropped on the golf course of a heart attack. So there I am singing this song about He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother, the year after we lost him, my brother George, and whilst my other brother was in the audience. That was the most difficult song I ever sung, and I can hear it in my voice, and that's on there. That's out on there. I really can't remember what I've got on my YouTube channel because it's not a video.
Comfortably done. I can only imagine.
Yeah, that I can hear my voice like almost breaking at some point, because that really was the most difficult song I ever sung in those 20 years. Really was. But it came out okay. But there's a couple of bum notes on the bass, which give away my state of mind at that time. Just two, at least. Well, I'm saying just two. It was at least two, but I'm going to say just two. Two bum notes on the bass. I'm just trying to think what else is on my YouTube channel. I suppose I could just look. I'm going to open my YouTube channel. Let's see what there is. Horse's Mouth recommendations, that's all. There's some other odd stuff on there, like the checkerboard illusion. That's for various other reasons. That's on there. And AI about the sun. Oh, and you will have seen Dumb Kit.
Comfortably dumb. I lost a younger brother in a plane crash.
Oh my God.
I can't imagine singing a song about a brother afterwards.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I fully am with you on that loss, because things like that, you're not prepared for them. I mean, for my brother, he was 40, and he just dropped on the golf course, and the doc said he was probably gone before he hit the ground. It was so massive. And to lose someone in a crash, like as you're saying, you can't be prepared for that. It's not something that you can see coming. So yeah, it's the same situation. Heart goes out to you, mate. Difficult, very difficult. As you look down there, one of the the latest song on there is "And I Love Her." I don't know if you've seen that one, or if you've scrolled past it. Maybe it's wise to scroll past it, but yeah. So "And I Love Her" is my cover of another Beatles number, which is very special. The Beatles numbers on there are very special to me, very special for various reasons. So "And I Love Her" is a combination of like videos and music, each part being recorded live and then sort of stuck together as a video sort of collage, I suppose. And then there's Blackbird. I don't know if you've ever heard of Blackbird. Paul McCartney. I've seen Paul McCartney play Blackbird, and he makes me sick because he's so good. He's so relaxed and so comfortable, and he just plays through it like it's nothing. But believe me, as you said, when you look into something and you start to realise and you start to try to play it, you realise what's involved in it. Then you really respect the guy for what they're doing that you never appreciated before.
Silly is you playing.
Yes. Silly. Hang on. I've got to go down. Oh yeah, that's the mix.
Comfortably dumb. Well.
Yeah, Priscilla. Priscilla. You know, I don't know if you realise that if you listen to the song, that's "P.S. I Love You." Very, very special song to me. And then below that is Blackbird. But yeah, that's Priscilla is just. I didn't have anything else as a video. I just had an audio, really. And if I remember right, that's. Yeah, that is Ableton. That's the software that I use now to record stuff, to create the covers. I can't click on them now, because if I click on them it will put stuff out, which will mean that my stream is probably offending some kind of copyright, so I can't click on them because they'll play. Oh, there's Lying Eyes, Norwegian Wood. Anybody remember Norwegian Wood? Another Beatles number. Oh, I borrowed a sitar for Norwegian Wood. Horrible instrument. Don't like it at all. It's awful. But it was in the song, so I borrowed one. And then there's Pfizer 25th anniversary in '96. That's a sort of about a 9-minute video, something like that, and that was all obviously totally live, recorded on a handheld camcorder, so it's far from quality, but for me it's a memory made of gold.
Comfortably dumb. You might have those other videos private. I don't see Blackbird.
You don't see Blackbird? Oh, good grief! Hold on a minute. That's something I would be happy to. It should be directly below Pasili. PSO love you. It should be directly below that. Oh, mind you, that's the way I see it. I'd have to come out, I suppose. Why would that not be there? There's no reason why that shouldn't be there. Okay,
Santa
hold
owns.
on.
I don't see it either.
Right, stand by, chaps, because this is like a bit intriguing. I'm going to say, give me a link, get shareable link, and I'm going to paste that into this here chat, and then let me know if it works, because this is slightly interesting. Try that link and see if it takes you to it.
Comfortably done. That works.
Ah!
Santa owns.
Why is it not?
Same worked for me.
Yeah, I wonder why it's not listed on. You have to be looking in my uploads. Yeah, you'd have to be looking in so-called my uploads.
Says it's unlisted.
Yeah, but unlisted I think it just means that you can't search for it. But you could still see it. I thought you could still see it, but if you look under my uploads on my channel, I would have thought it should be there. But anyway, it's possible to see it with a link anyway.
Santa owns. There's only 2 videos in the last year, Bill.
Only 2 in the last year. That's quite possible. Have you got lying eyes? I can't tell what you can see. Because lying eyes was 2024. Actually, so was Pasili. Actually, so was And I Love Her. Can you see I Love Her?
Santa owns. Nope.
Oh dear. Right, hang on, let's go back a bit. Did you find And I Love Her complete to repositioned?
Santa owns. Did you add me on Discord? I'll send you a screenshot. Comfortably done. Taylor makes a great guitar. And you play it very, very well. I've never learned finger picking.
Yeah, finger picking is a good thing. Hang on, did you add me on Discord and I sent you? Hold on, Discord, I lost the plot there because Discord for some reason wasn't going anywhere for me. That's going to be another job for another time, I think, somehow, Santa, because I was trying to use Discord and it wasn't happening. I was going around in a circle that wasn't actually getting me there. So that might be for another time. Right, so did you find And I Love Her? Oh no, because that says under. Oh, does that mean you're only seeing public ones? Ah.
Comfortably done. Mark Knopfler is probably the greatest finger picker I know of.
Oh, incredible guitarist, yeah, incredible. Right, hold on. This is a learning curve for me because I don't normally see my stuff from your angle. So let me. Sorry, I've got to ask a question, and before I go any further, did you find And I Love Her?
Santa owns. No. Comfortably done.
Okay.
I did not.
Right. That means I'm starting to understand now a little bit. I've probably, if for you to see them, I've probably got to make it public. Maybe I could just try that on this occasion. If I change And I Love Her to public.
I left you your first like.
Thank you. Try looking again. And I Love Her is now public. So hopefully you'll see that. I'm going to be gone for a split second. I've now got the nibbles. I'm going to have to go and grab a couple of spring rolls. Stand by.
Comfortably done. I'm still not seeing it. Santa owns. I can find it in a search now.
Okay, my ears are in. Ah, you find it now.
Comfortably done. Okay, found it via search.
Good, good.
Santa owns. Shows up as first video now as well without search.
Right. And that makes sense. Because the 3 before it are marked as unlisted. Right. Well, look. I've had a beer, a couple of rums. I need a wee. I'll be back very soon.
Santa owns. Have fun. Comfortably dumb. Geez, you sound just like Paul McCartney.
And I come back to the message, geez, you sound just like Paul McCartney. Well, there cannot be a finer compliment than that, so thank you very much. I can't agree with it, but I thank you for it. Now,
Santa owns. I agree, and the sounds like a lot of the older 50/60s singers. It's a pleasure to listen to.
oh, good, thank you. But I have learned the lesson now. Sorry about my slopping while I'm eating. It's what? It's quarter to 5 in the morning for me, and I've been up all night, and I'm a bit sort of
Comfortably
picky.
dumb. I mean it. If I didn't see your lips moving, I would have thought you were only playing the instruments.
Yeah, no, that's very lovely to hear. Thank you. Because most time I don't get feedback on this, so most
Comfortably
people don't
dumb.
know it's there.
To his sing. Comfortably dumb. Singing.
Oh, thank you very much. That's really nice. Now I've got to scroll back. I can't remember which one I sent. What did I link you to? What have we just listened to?
Comfortably dumb.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I love her.
And that is so that's such
Santa
an
Owens.
important song for me.
And I love her hour.
So Blackbird wasn't visible for you. Hang on. Hold on a second. I might have to do some rearranging of my YouTubes then, so that more people. I'm not worried about promoting myself, but if people want to hear them, I want them to be able to hear them. So hang on. Try that one.
Comfortably dumb. My mom was the biggest Beatles fan.
She'd struggle to be a bigger Beatles fan than me, but I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Santa owns. My wife loves them too, never listened to them honestly.
No, they are. They did some amazing stuff, really. And when you think, well, I'm trying to learn it, they actually created it. So that's, it's just unbelievable what they did in a lot of that
Comfortably
stuff.
dumb. The day John died, she wept like it was a family member.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. John, I mean that was after the Beatles, but John for me was the main voice of the Beatles, but McCartney obviously was his own voice as well. In fact, the one that I just retrieved, which I thought I'd lost, was Till There Was You, and that's him doing that, and him writing it as well, I think. Well, now I'm going to bring you back to the United States. Hold on. The video's terrible, and I've still got work to do on the audio of that one. that last link.
Comfortably dumb. Oh yeah, the Eagles.
And lots of little lead guitar licks in there. And funny enough, the one of them that
Comfortably
sounds
dumb.
quite
I saw Don Felder in concert.
wow. One of the little lead licks that sounds impressive was reasonably easy, and another one that almost doesn't notice was much more difficult. I'm ramming down these spring rolls. I need to make a gap. Now look, I don't want to. I keep pinging you these links, but I don't want you don't want to bore you with them or
Comfortably
force
dumb.
them on you.
Santa Prog has no idea who the Eagles are.
But if you'd like to hear some of my band, and this goes right back to 1996, yeah, so I was a bit younger there.
Santa owns Hotel California.
Yeah, that's one of them. But let me know if you want to hear something of the band, and I'll give you a link for that. But I don't want to force it onto you.
Comfortably dumb. Yes.
Okay, stand by. Now, this starts with a George Michael number called Jesus to a Child, and then it goes into a Sting number, which you might know, called Englishman in New York. Hold on, and there's others others on there as well. Give that a shot, see what you think. So it looks like I've got to rethink my
Comfortably
YouTube
dumb.
stuff.
Santa makes fun of my DCS name because it's music related. Santa owns. Was that your son playing the drums in the last one?
Yes, it was. If you're talking about Hotel California, not that one, the other one, Lying Eyes, yeah, that's my son.
Santa owns.
The one that wanted the dumb
Awesome.
kit. And I'm tempted to send you one more link. Only because you might well know the song. I'm not sure. See, as there's a pond in between us, I'm not too sure what you would know that I know. But let's take this link and see if it rings bells. Hold on. Oh, it's decided to have a little funny 5 minutes. Right,
Santa
let's go
owns.
again.
My dad played in a band when I was a kid, but they played Mexican music.
Oh, right. Great stuff. Any band has got to be good.
Comfortably dumb. Love the flute in the video.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the Jesus to a Child one, isn't it? So then it goes into the Sting one, Englishman in New York.
Comfortably done. My
And-
daughter plays the flute.
Oh, excellent, excellent. There's quite a lot of technique to that. So what people wouldn't have realised in Englishman in New York, what happens eventually is there's the harmony comes in. But what we did, and most people would not have recognised it, they wouldn't have noticed what we were doing, but on the harmony, I jumped up vocally and did the harmony, and Barry on guitar, he then carried on with the lower main line. So people wouldn't have known that. They would have probably think that Barry was doing the harmony and I was still singing the main part, but it was actually not true. But most people wouldn't have known that. Now, I was going to paste another link, but I'll wait. If you want to hear something else, now which one was it I've selected? Oh yeah, it's a Brian Adams number that we covered with me doing vocals.
Santa
Something I meant to mention was about my
Pink
bass.
Floyd.
Pink Floyd.
Comfortably done. I'm still listening to the George Michael.
Oh right, okay. I'm not going to interrupt that. So from George Michael it goes on to Englishman in New York. And then a
Santa
few other
Rose. That's my favourite band, Pink Floyd.
good stuff. Yeah, good stuff. Oh, on that one that you're watching, later on there's what happening during that afternoon. It was a funny gig. It's Pfizer are the company that in more recent years made the COVID vaccine, but we were just playing for their 25th anniversary at that time in '96. But what was happening during that gig was that if you look, you'll see that a couple of times I nudged my mic boom to push the mic up. The mic was dropping down and I couldn't do much about it. So at one point I accentuated it when Ken, our guy that did the driving and our roadie and a great guy all round, he was doing the videoing on the camera. And so just to accentuate that, I sort of ducked down and sung a part of it, sort of bringing myself down to mic level, just for fun. But what I was going to say is, if you want another link, I'd only probably ping you one more. But if you want that link, let me know. I don't want to blast you with stuff that you're just being polite to listen to. Just let me know if you want the next link. Let's just say it's a Brian Adams one that we did. Oh yeah, and the Warwick. I still didn't mention it. My bass guitar is a Warwick 5-string thumb. It's a wonderful guitar, and I'm not being modest. I'm not worthy of it. It's a wonderful bass guitar, and I'm not an equal bass guitarist. So
Comfortably done.
hang on.
Yes, I noticed it's a Warwick.
Mm.
They are great.
Yeah, handcrafted. And it wasn't just what happened. I was using a Squire Jazz
Comfortably
bass
done.
before that, but I needed
I've
a
always
5-string.
wanted one.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. They're lovely guitars. They really are beautiful, and it takes a bit of work, because when that guitar didn't look like that when I got it. It looked like bare untreated wood, and they basically say, here's the guitar, here's a can of wax, get on with it. So I was sort of waxing it every now and again, and the wax had a lovely lemony smell. It was really quite nice. but it's a beautiful guitar. I'm saying I'm not up to that standard, but it enabled me to get the low notes because it's a 5-string. It enabled me to get the low notes that you can't normally get on the 4-string, and it was something to show the taxman. You know, look, taxman, I have to pay to play. I have to buy these things. Give me an allowance against them. It's basically it was a two-pronged thing really, but it was just a beautiful guitar to have.
I have a Les Paul that's unfinished like that.
Oh right, wow, Les Paul. Eh? I'm about to get. I think I'm about to get maybe Tuesday of next week. I'm going to a guitar shop and I might well get myself a Strat, because at the moment the thing I've got is a Strat copy of God knows how many decades ago. It cost me 20 quid at that time, and at that time 20 quid was probably, I don't know, 35, 40 bucks for you, I don't know, at that time.
Comfortably done. You near Andertons. That place is world famous.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. The guitar shop I'm talking about is less well known, I suppose. They're called Peach Guitars, but they've got a nice Strat that actually catches my eye, and I think if you like the look of a guitar, that's a good step towards, you know, wanting to play it. And some of Stratocasters, they're like a horrible pastel green. Why would someone want a Strat that colour? I don't know, but I mean the colour shouldn't make any difference. Obviously it's what comes out of it that matters, but I think you get a better association if you like the look of it.
Surf green.
Yeah, but I think if you like the look of it, you must get a better association with the instrument, and therefore you must, I would have thought, play better. Looks like I'm onto the prawn crackers now. Apologies for the rustling.
Comfortably done. I have a Strat that's traditional brown with a white pick guard.
Nice, yeah. Yeah, that sounds right to me, but I mean, maybe I could even handle pink. No, maybe not, I don't know. But these horrible like green colours, that doesn't work for me.
Fender Roadhouse.
Fender Roadhouse. Oh right. I mean, I can't profess to know all the stuff about these. I've only started looking at it recently, because I'm kind of fighting with the guitar. The guitar I have at the moment, which is a Strat lookalike, is a Marlin. So it's a Marlin Sidewinder. So the sounds I get aren't necessarily best, and the feeling, like the playability of it, especially for me with, you know, all my issues, probably not up to scratch. So I'm thinking that I'll get that. I might get that on Tuesday. We'll see. I've seen one that catches my eye, and I'll go along on Tuesday with my drummer, number 3 son, and maybe I'll come back with a guitar. We'll see.
Santa owns. I have a Jackson, a Taylor, and Ovation applause.
Nice.
Comfortably done. Pick it up and play it. I hope you get it if you like it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I will get it if I like it. Thing is, it's almost like a done deal. I can't imagine me not liking it somehow. But I've been thinking about it for a long time. I'm a person who feels that I do need to justify it. And part of the problem with justifying it is if this inflexible wrist, these slightly bent fingers, and this short thumb don't they've got to allow me to do stuff with it, and if they don't, then that becomes a problem of, well, can I justify getting it? But I mean, I'll get away on the with the tailor. I've been getting away okay with that. So you'll see. It's a case of go along, give it a try, and see what we think. And then, you know, it's probably nearly a couple of grand by the time. Like, I'm talking about pounds, obviously, not dollars. Probably a couple of grand by the time I've walked out the shop. Sorry about the noise. I imagine this was what it's like when you smoked a joint. Never had a joint, but I've got the munchies. Actually, not had a joint. That's one of the things I've decided I've got to do before I go to the great guitar shop in the sky. I've got to smoke a joint. I don't even know how to get one. I must have the munchies because I don't normally bother about these. I don't dislike them, prawn crackers, but I don't normally bother with them.
Comfortably done. Link the Bryan Adams song.
Okay. You asked for it. Now the music is dubbed over the video. I have also got the live video, but obviously the sound quality is not very good. It's done with a camcorder from actually behind the speakers. It's alright, but so I just dubbed this Bryan Adams stuff over the top.
Comfortably done. 1991.
Yeah.
Were you even alive then, Santa?
So Santa's obviously younger than Dumb then. Oh, I found another couple that I'd like to link you to, because now we're doing this, these are ones that I'll be very happy for you to hear if you don't mind me adding them.
Santa owns. I was 7 or 8 depending on when.
Right.
Santa owns. Before this year, that was probably about the last time I was truly happy.
Well, so you went from 7 or 8 till before this year not being truly happy. I can understand that.
Santa owns. That's the year my grandma died.
Oh dear. That's a tough That's a tough pill to swallow. So if I may, I'd actually like you to listen to these next two if you're okay with that. I don't want to push you. And so one of them's another Beatles number that I imagine you'd know. I don't know for sure. But it's quite video orientated, like the "And I Love Her" is like various screenshots, various insets is what I mean. And then there's one more that is very special to me. Once I've pasted this one, once you're happy to say yes, send it. There's one more after that is very important to me. It's the first song I did after I lost my wife. And you don't get over that, believe me, you don't.
Santa owns. Such a great voice. Comfortably done.
Thank you, sir.
Did you ever take singing lessons?
No. No, I never took singing lessons, so it's all my own fault.
Comfortably done. You can sing like that with no lessons.
Yeah, but I don't feel as though it's particularly good. I don't particularly like to hear myself sing. I like to work for an end product that's acceptable. But I mean, that the one that I was saying, the one I thought I'd lost and got it back, Till There Was You, I'm no doubt I'm going to go over the vocals for that a few times before I find it okay.
I don't think anyone likes hearing themselves.
That's right, that's very true.
Comfortably done. I'm ready for the next.
Okay, so if I may, and this is now going to sound pushy, but if I may, I'd like to send you this one, but the one that follows is actually more powerful for me. Try this one.
Comfortably done. Okay. Santa owns. I got video unavailable. Comfortably done.
Oh, wait a minute then.
Says it's private.
Okay, it's... Hold on, let me go back. I might have just... I've got a number of versions of this. I might simply have just chosen the wrong one. So let's go back. And if necessary, I'll just make it available. Ah, right. Yes, I gave you the wrong one. Sorry about that. Let me just get the link. I'm pretty sure this one will work.
Comfortably done. Wow, that's sitar.
Yeah, I hated it. I put it in because it's in the song, but I borrowed it from a mate of mine. A horrible instrument for me. I just didn't like it at all.
Santa owns. Is that what that big one is called? Santa owns.
Yeah.
Sounds Indian.
Yeah, it's like I've got a bulbous body. And yeah, it's very, very specifically an Indian sort of sound. But playing it is horrible because with a guitar, you slide your hand up and down the neck, no problem. With a sitar,
Comfortably done. I'm waiting for a cobra to pop out of the basket.
Yeah, those a sitar. What you might call the frets on a sitar are held on by like I don't know, like canvas bands that go round the back of the neck of the guitar. So you can't slide your hand along in the same. And you probably, in reality, for that music, you probably don't need to. But it's just not something I'm used to. So, but you can't slide your hand up and down the neck of the back of the neck of a sitar, because although it's got a multiplicity of like canvas type bands going from underneath, holding it from one side of each fret to the other side, holding it on. So yeah, I was glad to give it back.
Santa owns. Neat. I watch a guy on TikTok that plays that and plays modern songs on it.
Oh right, that'd be quite different. I'm just working my way back. Actually, on my way back, I've just noticed one of the videos. There's a hotel in London called the Savoy. It's quite a classy sort of hotel. We used to play there roughly once a year for a particular bunch of people. And what was I going to say about that? Oh yeah, while we were playing there one year, the Redcoat, the master of ceremonies, while we were playing, he put his head around the door from the outside and sort of looked into the hall at us and then went away. And later on he came back and explained. He said, I thought you'd gone on to playing CDs when you're supposed to be playing music, playing live. We were doing Fields of Gold, Sting, Fields of Gold at the time, and that was a wonderful compliment because he thought that we were playing a CD rather than us playing it live. So that was really quite a lovely accidental compliment. Oh, I have got He Ain't Heavy. I kind of wasn't aware that I had this on YouTube. Have you had enough yet? Because there's this one and the other one that I mentioned that I'd like to ping across, but I just don't want to bombard you with it when you don't want it.
Santa owns. I'm done with that one.
He Ain't Heavy. Do you want to give that one a try?
Santa owns. Sure.
Bear in mind that this one we were saying like when you lose a brother. So it's for me it's very powerful, and it's just got still pictures. It's not the band itself. You're not seeing the band. You're just seeing pictures of my brothers, who are both late brothers now. The guy with the beard is my younger brother at the time, and the other guy, he had come over with his family for a vacation from Australia.
Comfortably done. Oh yes, I know this song.
Yeah, I thought you probably would know the song, even if you didn't know the Hollies.
Santa owns. Barry looks like Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Yeah, it does a bit, doesn't he? Damn it, I keep finding others that I've mentioned. Actually, I didn't quite mention this one, but I did mention Simply Red.
Comfortably done. I can't believe this is you singing. I mean, I believe you, but this is amazing.
Oh, thank you, sir. That's a really nice thing to say.
Santa owns. Yeah, it's so great. Your voice deserves to be heard by the world.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but I love the fact that you said it. Thank you.
Comfortably done. You apologize for the age of the recording, but it matches the original tone. Santa
Yeah,
owns.
I suppose.
I can't believe Bill Nye plays the flute and guitar too.
Yeah, I mean, well, we were all multi-instrumentalists because I would play harmonica, bass guitar, vocals, obviously, and because I was like the main vocal of the band, and occasionally during dinner I would play some keyboard, put the bass down, and I'll be playing a bit of keyboard instead. So and Barry. Backing vocals, sometimes lead vocals, guitar, flute, panpipes.
Santa owns. Harmonica too. My wife's grandpa was great at playing the harmonica.
Now, I haven't got a copy on YouTube, but I have got some stuff that includes some of my harmonica, but that would have to be passed on in some other way because I'm sure that's not on YouTube. There was another one I found. I keep finding stuff that I'm thinking, oh yeah, I wanna show them this one. I can't remember which one it was. I've got Hello. Actually, there's one that I also have done some wood turning in the past, so I'm going to make this one public. Why not? That shouldn't be a problem. There's a YouTube now of me doing some wood turning. It's like a time lapse thing.
Santa owns.
Making
I saw that you had a video of a lathe.
Yeah.
Comfortably done. So this is you in 1991.
Which one? Which song are you talking about?
Comfortably done. He ain't heavy.
Yeah. No, hang on.
Comfortably
I
done.
thought He Ain't Heavy was
1989. I mean.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, that makes total sense. Because we lost my other older brother between me and Ken. We lost him like the year before, and I know that was 88. And then my brother from Australia came over in 89, and that's when he attended the gig that I did that song. That was difficult. But it was a great memory, but it was a most difficult song I ever sang. Oh, the one that I've found that I keep finding things that I think I'd like to play.
You look like a 16-year-old kid.
Yeah, don't rub it in. few years of water gone under the bridge since then. Okay. Now, in case you do scroll down, I've got any interest in it. I also have done wood turning in the past, and there's a game. It's a Saxon game actually called Nefertafel, which of course begins with an H. Nefertafel, and the game requires a king, and I made this. It's a strange game.
Done.
Strange game.
I was 19 then.
The video. Oh right. And the video is like a time lapse of me making the king for this game Nefertafel, which is odd because it has 12 pieces on one side protecting the king, and 24 pieces on the other side trying to capture the king. But the way the moves work, it balances it all out, so it becomes like even. It's not unfair. But that's not the one I was after. Oh, it was a Simply Red one.
Santa owns. I only see a perfume one.
Hey? No, I'm not understanding that one, Santa. Try again.
Comfortably done. Perfume atomizer.
Oh, right.
Santa owns. Of your wood turning I see a perfume atomizer video but not an official.
Oh, right. So, right, okay. Well, I must have made the atomizer public already. But hold on. Let me find Nefertafel again. Turning. Oh, wait a minute. No, it is public. Can you check again? Turning the Nefertafel with a beginning with an H, turning the Nefertafel King should be public. You should be able to see that now. The music on it is not mine. I just got that piece of music. It's a lovely little bit of guitar music, and it's only short. It's only a short video. It's only just over 2 minutes long.
Santa owns. I see it now.
Ah. I'm trying to stop pinging you links, but there's another one that I want to ping to you.
Santa owns. I love woodworking, hoping to build a large shed in the backyard where I can make stuff when I can't work anymore.
Great stuff, yeah. I like that plan. I used to think that I preferred metal work because it's more precision. But when I got the lathe and started working in the wood, it felt just so much more warm and natural and nice. So I prefer to work in wood rather than metal. Right, let's just post this one. So I'm just going to put another link up, and this is another.
You ever sing any Simon and Garfunkel? I'm watching Time in a Bottle again and you remind me of them.
I have done, and I've also done one that was just by Art Garfunkel. Only Have Eyes for You. Do you know that one? He called it that in the early 70s, I think. And we did that one. We used to gig that one.
Yes.
Yeah, we used to gig that one. I don't think I've got it on YouTube because once YouTube was video and this would have just been audio. But yeah, we used to do Only Have Eyes for You, and I was quite comfortable with that. That worked quite well. But let's. I'm going to ping you a vid now. And you know what? I can't remember what. Oh yeah, this is like For Your Babies by Simply Red. That's the reason that I stopped. It stopped me because I saw Simply Red. So this is one that we did, that we covered as Simply Red. And I've nearly got to the one that that I was really aiming for, which is the one that I recorded about 6 or 9 months after I lost my wife, and it's all to do with her, really. I mean, I didn't write the song. If it's a well-known song by a band named Bread, but say Telly Savalas wrecked it by talking it probably with a lollipop in his mouth.
Santa owns. When English people sing they sound American, ha ha.
They do, I know. There's something that's much nicer about the American accent for a song than the English accent. so we naturally fall into that trap. Simply because the American accent it just gels better for songs. It's just a natural thing. I'm afraid you're stuck with it. Or we're stuck with it, I'm not sure which. I'm just trying to find the one I was looking for. If two verses. Oh,
Santa owns.
there it is.
We speak English better, you're saying. Hang on, let me record this. Yeah, you speak clearer English generally. I mean, you're obviously your pronunciation is going to be odd to us at times. You'll say Birmingham, but we just say Birmingham. In fact, it won't be a n, it'll be a n, so it'll be Birmingham. Chances are we just say Birmingham rather than Birmingham, but certainly not Birmingham. And you pronounce your R, you make your R noticeable, and I think that's good. It gets lost in English. So yeah, in various ways you do speak better. But I'm going to say this: you can't say nuclear. Most of the time. Tuna. You guys say tuna.
That's right. We say tuna fish, not tuna. We say tuna. Yeah. And say the American over your side of the pond, the word nuclear seems too difficult, or I don't know what causes it. It's not too difficult, but over your side of the pond it's nuclear most of the time, not all of the time.
We can't say jaguar either.
Jaguar? No, you say jaguar, I suppose, would you?
Comfortably done. Jaguar.
Jaguar. I got a jaguar. Right, hold on.
Santa owns. Aluminum foil.
Aluminum, yeah. Aluminum instead of aluminium. Right. I don't know if you've got to that Simply Red one yet that I linked. But if you did, and if I may, I'll post one more.
Aluminium.
Aluminium. Yeah, aluminium, yeah. In fact, you wrote it better. Aluminium. Yeah, there's the Y there. Aluminium. Yeah, you're right. That's what we say. Well, have you done listening to those previous recordings? There's one more that I'll paste if you have.
Comfortably done. Hope you don't mind, but are your bandmates still around?
Yes, all those that you've seen. Apart from on earlier photographs, there was Alan played sax. He was a fantastic guy, a really nice guy. He's gone now, but he was a great sax player. Mick took over from Alan. Brilliant sax player. I mean, you might have seen there's a lovely sax break he plays in Englishman in New York. Technically brilliant, but somehow he didn't. Alan had that something extra. I'm not sure what it was, but something the way he played. I'm not clever enough to know what the difference was, but it was brilliant. He used to play a song called Wasn't Just the Way You Are. Hang on. Perhaps it was Just the Way You Are. There's a lovely sax break. I'm just singing through it. And anyway, Alan would play this sax break, and honestly, Barry and I would look at each other and the hairs on our neck would just stand on end because it was so good.
Did he also play the oboe in that same video?
I'm not sure which one you're talking about. If you're talking about Mick, I don't think Mick played an oboe in any video that I've got, but Alan did play oboe. Not an easy instrument, especially because the reed needs to be ready to go, and that in theory takes a bit of time. So oboe players
Comfortably
in an
done.
orchestra would just have it there
Gotcha.
ready to go. So if you're okay to, I'll post one more. I'll paste one more link if you're ready for it. I don't want to force you, but it's just one more. I promise.
Comfortably done. Ready.
Right. Well, this one is actually probably the most important for me. It's
Comfortably done. Don't apologize.
probably
I'm enjoying this.
good. It might seem boring and it's simplistic. It's certainly simplistic, but this is a song called "If" by American band Pred. I think they're American. Yeah, must have been. And it's very. This is the first song that I did once I started to pick up guitar again after 15 years following retirement, and needed something to get me back into doing things because of losing my wife. And the song is very reminiscent of all that. And
Comfortably done.
the important
Red.
part,
Yeah, what's his name played the guitar?
yeah, I don't know the names of the band. That's terrible, isn't it? I can't remember the names of the guys in the band. I'm terrible with that. But the important thing about this for me is there's a line in it, and when my love for life is running dry, you come and pour yourself on me. And when it comes to that, you come and pour yourself on me, it would just choke me up, and the whole thing would fall apart, and I'd have to start again because it's all one take. It's not like spliced together. So I had to get it right all the way through, start to finish. And when I got to that line, it would just choke me up too much, and I had to start again. And eventually, I had to not listen to what I was singing almost to get through it. But anyway, there it is. If you want to listen to it, and there's inset of my lovely missus at the corner.
Comfortably done. Wow, the lyrics. I don't see how you sang that knowing the meaning.
Yeah. And that, honestly, it was difficult, it was. I say, when I got to that line, it just choked me up, and I stopped every time. And after doing it a number of times, I had to just kind of sing through it and just make the noises rather than think of the meaning to make it work.
Comfortably done. And your finger picking. I'm really jealous.
Well, it's actually, my finger picking is basic. Well, now it's just like basically two fingers. It's just like, well, the thumb and middle finger. That's basically all I use for finger picking. I don't use the others because I haven't got to control them. I mean, being a bass player, it was normally my index finger and my middle finger, but since then my index finger has made its own mind up about what shape it wants to be. So that doesn't work for me on bass either. So I have to play bass with like the middle and next and third finger. If I'm playing bass, those are the things I'd use for that.
Santa owns. Man, I wish I could play something. I barely can get it to sound similar. I need to practice. Comfortably done. That's it. I'm picking up my guitar tomorrow and practicing.
Well, that's really nice to hear. If you guys get to making some guitar music or any kind of music, just singing any kind of music, that's great. Then I really feel that
Santa
maybe
owns.
pasting those links has
Oh man,
been a
Bill,
bit
you
of good.
took away my flying mate. Sad smiley.
Hopefully we'll all be flying
Comfortably
one
done.
time in this
LOL Santa.
well, we'll be flying in three of us flying in Spitfires in this mission sometime. Who knows? Maybe next week. Okay.
Santa owns. He won't let me buy it for him.
No, he's gonna buy it himself. He's gonna get it.
Comfortably done. I'm on Steam, Santa. Remember.
But you're gonna get it somehow, though, aren't you?
Comfortably done. And there's no sale on Steam.
Yeah, there is that. But did you say you're gonna have to get the standalone? Because that means you can. Although, does that mean you'd have to buy all the modules again? If you did that?
Comfortably done. I'm not letting you pay $55 for the Spitfire.
So yeah, so because you got stuff on Steam, does that mean if you was to get a standalone DCS, you'd have to buy all the modules again that you already have? Is that the way it
Comfortably
works?
done. No, I can port the modules over.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Yeah, so
Santa
you need
owns.
to do that.
Now he can move it from Steam to standalone, but not the other way over.
Okay, so the thing is then, you could move it all over to the standalone, and then when the sale comes out, do you remember I said I don't normally do prawn crackers? I've just eaten a whole damn bag of them now.
Comfortably done. It's an easy process. I've just been too lazy to do it. Santa owns. You said prawn.
I did prawn crackers. You'll do it, Dumb. You'll do it. Easy process. You'll do it.
Santa owns. I'm allergic to shellfish.
Yeah, you see, now see, my late wife was a bit like that. Not so much allergic, but a couple of times as a kid she had
Comfortably done.
like shellfish poisoning.
I've heard of oyster crackers.
Oyster crackers? Maybe it's the same. Maybe it's the equivalent then. Yeah, prawn crackers, oyster crackers. I imagine it's probably just a thing. Like where I say jam and you say jelly, it might be something like that. I'm talking about that. Who of you has tried
Comfortably done.
cheese and jam?
I can eat an entire bag of oyster crackers. Comfortably done.
Yeah.
Bag.
Yeah, well, that's probably what I've just done, sitting here yakking away. But what about cheese and jam? Or cheese and jelly, if you will? Have you tried that? Or even cheese and marmalade? Yeah, I do that. That's just as good.
Comfortably done. No, I have not. Nor do I intend to.
No, look, listen. Remember what I said? You got to try something 10 times before you know you don't like it. But I would pretty much put money on the fact that if you had a small slab of cheese, let's just say what, an inch across,
Comfortably
quarter of
done.
an inch thick,
I watch James May's YouTube channel.
2 inches long.
He eats some interesting sandwiches.
Yeah.
Santa
so-
owns.
Hang on.
My wife was willing to try that one you recommended last time, the beans and what?
Oh, we're talking about beans on toast with HP sauce. Yeah. But do the jam.
Santa
Look,
owns.
it ain't gonna kill you, is
Yeah,
it?
that's it.
Yeah, it ain't gonna kill you. I promise you. If you get a slab of cheese, say about a quarter of an inch thick, inch wide, 2 inches long, and put a nice thick layer of jam or marmalade, or I would probably choose marmalade because that's what I do, and just eat it.
Santa
just try it.
owns.
I'll be so surprised
Solid
if you
no
don't
from
like
me.
it. Look, is it gonna kill you? I ask you, is it gonna kill you? Answer, no, it ain't gonna kill you.
Comfortably done.
But
LUL.
but you might find that because you've tried something that you never dreamed of trying, you must have done this before. You must have had something and thought, oh, I didn't think I'd like that, but that was really quite nice. Well, this is that. This is one of those things. Absolutely brilliant. Cheese and jam, absolutely brilliant. And if you want, I mean, if you don't believe me, maybe you think I'm
Santa
pulling your
owns.
thingy, but I'm not.
I'm literally the guy who gets the same stuff every time I go to the restaurant.
Oh, yeah,
Comfortably done.
yeah, but I do that.
May butters each slice of bread no matter what sandwich he makes.
Yeah, well, I'm like that. I would probably be the same. Go to the same.
Comfortably
Go to a
done.
restaurant, get the same sandwich.
James May asterisk.
James May, yeah. Each slice of bread, no matter what's that. Well, yeah. Do you only butter one then? I would always butter both bits of bread if I was making a sandwich. That suggests that you wouldn't normally do
Comfortably
that.
done. And it's gonna be government issue white bread. Santa owns. I do not venture out from the stuff I like and have tried.
Yes, but yeah. Hang on. Now listen. Read what you just said. The stuff that I like and have tried. Now, if you hadn't tried it, you wouldn't have known that you liked it.
Comfortably done. Okay, you got me curious. Which cheese do I
Cheddar.
use?
Yeah, cheddar.
Cheddar.
I will. Yeah, cheddar. I will. If you like, if it helps you, I will go and get a piece of cheese now. I will put some marmalade on it, in my case, because I like marmalade, and I will munch into that so you can see that it is not making me feel ill, because it is nice. It is
Santa
nice.
owns. You're just making us make you drink and eat now, ha ha.
But the thing is, look, I'll tell you what, one of the things that changed my mind many years ago, decades ago,
Comfortably done.
was,
The only preserves I have is strawberry.
well, that's fine. That's fine. Years ago, decades ago, I thought that the only thing you could have with pineapple was custard. Okay, and then I found you can have pineapple with chicken. Chicken and pineapple, a favourite Chinese dish, and it's really lovely. And once I realised that, I thought, well, hang on a minute, you can put anything with anything. It's going to be great. You've only got to try it and just teach your taste buds a little bit, because your taste buds, when they come across something that's really different, tastes really different, your taste buds might at first say, hang on a minute, I'm not sure about this.
Okay, now he's over the edge.
Hang on. Hang on, are you... Santa, are you, when you say he's over the edge, you talking to me or about me?
You mean like orange marmalade?
Yeah. Yeah. Are you happy that I'm not pulling your leg? Because if you think I'm pulling your leg, I will go and get a piece of cheese now.
That's too much for me, man. Anything on anything.
Until you've tried it. Look, before you... Do you like chicken?
Comfortably done. I understand the pineapple thing.
Yeah. Right. So, anything I ask you, do you like such and such? If you say yes, then I have to say, before you tried it, you didn't know you liked it.
I would eat that chicken for sure, but the jam on cheese.
Yeah, but you didn't know you liked chicken until you tried it. And that was probably as a baby, in some form. So you didn't know that you liked it until you tried it. Fair comment?
Comfortably done. I have some cheddar and some strawberry.
Yeah.
You're telling me I can mix them?
You put your strawberry preserve or whatever it is. It's, look, if you eat Chinese at all, Chinese food, there's something called sweet and sour. Sweet and sour pork, sweet and sour chicken. I
liked chewing tobacco. I still threw up from it.
Well, that's because you didn't like it. Right, so you didn't know that you didn't like it. Most foods we like because we're hardwired for survival. So if it's a food, the chances are we're going to like it.
I tried it and threw up.
Yeah, well, I think probably I would too. Yeah. Chew on tobacco. It's never something I've fancied. But then again, that's not a food. That's more of a habit, isn't it? It's like smoking.
Done. Okay, BRB. Gonna cut off a chunk of cheddar and spread some strawberry on it.
Yep, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for it to come back and say, wow. Because I'm quite confident that you won't say yuck. Just give it a try. Get used to it. Forget what your taste buds are trying to kid you about. And remember the beans on toast with HP sauce. Brilliant. There's a guy, I can't remember what his name is. Kalani Ghost Hunter. He's on Facebook. He comes over to UK and he tours the UK with his wife, like visiting restaurants and stuff like that. And he's totally enamoured with stuff that he couldn't have imagined before. So it's because you don't know it, you think, oh no, I don't know about that, and that's your brain looking after you. And when you taste something that's something you've never tasted before, your taste buds are saying to your brain, I'm not sure about this. So it's like a defense mechanism. But knowing that now you know other people eat it and like it, that's one of the things I've said as well so much. If people all over the world eat this, it must be nice. If it wasn't, they wouldn't eat it. So give it a shot. It certainly won't kill you, and it might expand your horizons, your culinary, is that the right word? Horizons. Look, not connected at all, but look, that was a full bottle before I started out tonight. Right, I'm waiting for Dum's verdict on this now. And if you can find yourself an English pub somewhere over there, I imagine they would be a bit scarce. Grab a pint of room temperature English ale, and that can vary. So obviously, it's not a guarantee you're going to like it, because there are beers over here that I prefer to other beers. So if I chose the wrong one to start with, I might think, oh, all beers are like this. I'm not sure that I like it very much. The thing about the cheese and the jam.
HRMM, he's a brave one.
No, there's no bravery at all. Not really. No, yeah, there is a bit. It's breaking through a barrier. It's an imaginary barrier. It's not a real barrier. But if you like Chinese sweet and sour pork, sweet and sour chicken, whatever, it's a similar thing. With jam, it's salt and sweet, which is a bit like sweet and sour. It's salt and sweet together, because the cheese is salt, the jam is sweet.
I don't like sweet sour.
Ah, well, that might pose a problem for you then. Okay, I'll accept that. If you already know that you don't like sweet and sour, that would pose a problem for you, maybe. I'll accept that one. Yeah. But what about the beans on toast with HP sauce?
Santa owns. Chinese food, I like soy sauce only.
Yeah, soy's nice. Yeah, it's salty, isn't it? Soy is a salty salt.
Okay, let's see how this is.
I'd like to see video of it somehow. It's making me feel like I've already had those spring rolls and a bag of prawn crackers, and I'm thinking I need to go and get a piece of cheese with a big sloppy thick layer of marmalade on it. It's salt and sweet, and it's nice. I'll tell you what, if you have a sandwich, let's say a jelly sandwich, so you're having jam
Comfortably
in a sandwich, you put butter on it.
It's surprisingly good. Not something I'd ever think of mixing.
There we are. Thank you. I'm so glad to see that. And I think the more you try it, the less your taste buds are surprised by it, and the more you like it. It's salt and it's sweet together, like Chinese sweet and sour. Yeah, Santa was saying he doesn't like sweet and sour, so maybe this, cheese and jam might not work for him.
Comfortably
but if you're happy with sweet and sour,
strawberry is not the best preserve to use. I bet grape is better. Santa owns. Like salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I would say probably exactly like that. Yeah, although watermelon's not that sweet, but yeah, Yeah, I think strawberry jam. Try if you do you get marmalade there at all. I mean, I don't know if you like marmalade, but marmalade is almost like a what I would call jelly, and that works quite well. And it's got the strips of the peel in
Comfortably
marmalade.
done. Next time I go to the grocery, I'll pick up some marmalade. Santa
Right.
owns. We get marmalade from Christina Aguilera.
Okay, all good. Well, for the cheese, I would recommend. I have lime marmalade. Over here, the maker is Roses, so I have Roses lime marmalade. That's what I have when I have, like, if I have like marmalade on toast for breakfast, it'll be Roses lime marmalade. So that's what I would have right now if I was to have a piece of cheese with marmalade on it.
Comfortably done. I used sharp cheddar.
Sharp cheddar. I assume that means like what we would call strong or mature cheddar. But it works. I think it'll work on any of them, to be honest. Depends on
Comfortably done.
how much you like the cheese.
Yes.
Yeah, mature cheddar, strong cheddar. So yeah, I think it'll work on any of them, to be honest. But that depends on your preference for cheese. I have a preference for mild cheese, but if I was going to have strong cheese with marmalade, that would work as well. Yeah. Learned a few things here tonight, I think, chaps.
Mulf like mech. Hey, how's it going?
Hello, Mulfligmec. I'm going to call you Mech if that's alright. Yeah. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, it's going alright. We're talking about eating cheese and marmalade or cheese and jam. Not doing a lot of flying because I've got way too much in the way of controls setting up to do on this aircraft to do any flying and do it live. So we just got into chatting instead. And I'm a bit way over my time really, aren't I? It's gone 6 a.m. now.
I've never heard of lime marmalade, but I'll look for it.
Yeah, give it a try if you can find it. I know that there might be things over not so readily available over there as they are over here, but some stores I'm sure have like an English section, because someone I was talking to said yeah, there's an English section. I've seen HP sauce, so you know, they may well do it somewhere. Google it. Marmalade near me.
Comfortably done. Yes, we have a spotted dick section.
Yes.
Mulf like mech. Damn, now I wanna go and buy some cheese. Santa
Absolutely.
owns.
That's
Roses is on Amazon Rat.
there you are. You can order it. Of course you can. Order some Roses lime marmalade from Amazon. Why didn't I think of that? It doesn't have to be from a store. Order it online. They must have it. Yeah, so Mech, damn, I want to get some cheese. Yeah, absolutely. Get yourself some cheese and put some marmalade on it, or jam or jelly, whichever you would call it. So my jam is your jelly, and my jelly is your jello.
I love lime, so I might like this.
Yeah, give it a shot. And if you've liked what you've eaten so far at all, I'm quite sure that you will find a combination that you find almost addictive. Because as I say, there's various strengths of cheese, various types of cheese. I haven't tried lime marmalade on
Mulf like mech.
Stilton.
Probably some Gruyere and cheddar with fig marmalade.
Yeah, that'll making me want to go to the fridge now. And I've already eaten more than I should be eating at 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning. It's now just gone 6 o'clock for me, AM. when I do that, it's because I'm rubbing my back against the seat because I've got an issue back. Yeah, Gruyere well, sounds nice. I can't remember the last time I had Gruyere. That's a long time ago. And yeah, and marmalade of any kind. It's sweet and sour, or salt and sour. That's what you're achieving, and it's a lovely combination. So whereabouts are you, Mech?
Mulf like mech. Sweden.
Ah, yeah, well, that kind of is in keeping with your name, of course. Yeah, okay. I can't say anything in Swedish, but I can say Torpals med pomfrijatek in Danish. I learned that when in the band we did a couple of gigs in Denmark, and I learned emergency phrases like 2 sausage and chips, please.
Pols med poms frites. Comfortably done.
Yeah.
My mother-in-law is full Thai. She always commented on how I'd eat anything.
Well, and that's good, because don't you agree that people like you and I who eat just about anything, we can go anywhere and we'll find something that we like, particularly like. And the rest of it, if we don't particularly like it, we're okay to eat it. We're happy to eat it. So we're lucky. I think it's a little bit sad for the people that don't have the ability to eat just about anything because they're more restricted.
My father-in-law says that, so I purposely offer stuff I know he doesn't like a Thai restaurant.
All right.
Comfortably done. I've told my daughter she can never travel to Japan or Europe. She'd starve.
Yeah, all right. I mean, there are things that I draw the line at.
My stepsister is one of those people that won't try new stuff, and the only sauce she eats is ketchup.
Well, I'll eat ketchup by the spoonload, but that's only a part of the story, isn't it? Ketchup is. I'll eat butter by the spoonload. I would drink vinegar out of a glass.
Santa owns.
Yeah.
She's a smart lady.
No, she's a restricted lady, though, unfortunately, isn't she? Because there's things that she's missing out on. That's the way I see it. People that have these things, oh, I won't try that, I won't eat that. I see that they have a restriction, and if they could try something, they could come to like it.
What's
and
that other
open up a new
spread
gate.
You guys put on everything? Santa owns.
Sandwich.
Will make a great wife. Knows exactly what she likes.
Hang on, what's that other sandwich spread that you guys put on everything? Sandwich spread. Well, there's one thing I can think of, but it's just called sandwich spread, and it's basically, I don't know what the ingredients are, but basically
beans and tuna, tongue poking smiley.
Beans and tuna, yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, why not? Yeah, stuff goes together. You've only got to just get your brain, get your taste buds out of rejecting it.
Google says it's just called sandwich spread.
Yeah, yeah. It comes in a jar, and I would eat that with a spoon without the bread. But when you make a sandwich over there, if you used to make a jam sandwich, you put butter on the bread, then you put the jam or jelly on the bread, then you put the other slice on top. So you've got jam and you've got butter. How far removed from butter is cheese? It's not that far removed. Therefore, jam and cheese is as close as butter and cheese.
Le Pack butter.
Le Pack, nice. Yeah. But wouldn't you agree that, like, a jam sandwich, if you have butter on the bread, is not far removed from jam and cheese, because butter and cheese are not that far removed from each other. They're made of the same stuff, basically. It's just a mental conditioning we have, isn't it?
Cheese on jam sandwiches are the best.
Yeah, yes, I'm glad. Well done, Muller. I should call you Miller, not Mech. Because there was no R there, it felt like I should say Mull, but Miller sounds more correct, I'm guessing.
Comfortably done. At mouth like Mech, which flavor of jam? Mouth like Mech. Yeah, correct.
I think you might have missed a point there, Muller. I think which flavour of jam would you use in your cheese and jam sandwiches?
Mouth like Mech. At comfortably jam raspberry mostly.
Raspberry, yeah. I think probably it's better if it's a smooth jam rather than, because some jams have like small fruit in them, don't they? Like some strawberry jam comes with like actual strawberries embedded in it, and that probably works less easy on a slab of cheese. So jams that don't have the whole fruit probably work better on cheese.
Comfortably done. Right, preserves here is chunky. Jelly here is smooth.
Yeah, so probably jelly, or what I call jam, you call jelly, is probably the best of the two to have, rather than preserve, if preserve is chunky. Right, I'll be back in a second. Stand by.
Comfortably done. Bill's gonna make a plated of cheese and jam. Santa owns. I think he is. Comfortably done. Then wash it down with room temp beer. Santa owns. We're just chatting with Bill Muller. Santa owns. You called it.
Yep, you're right. That's exactly what I've just done. Look, slab of cheese is about 1/4 inch thick with marmalade on it. That's lovely. Just mild cheddar with lime marmalade.
Comfortably done. That's a nice nighttime snack.
Night time?
Santa owns.
It's 6:15 in the
Okay,
morning.
Bill, I will try it next paycheck. Don't let me forget.
I don't know how I'll remind you, but yeah, nighttime snack is 6:15 in the morning. Some people have got up to go to work already. I can't even jump out the aircraft to show you what we're in because my switch ain't working because I've got so much work to do to set this aircraft up on the controls.
Owns. Yeah, I actually have to go now, sir. Been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, Santa, and likewise back to you. Right back at you, mate, as they say in Australia. Right back at you, mate. Okay, well,
Like
it'd be nice if you could try it sometime,
the
Santa, but not to
right.
worry.
Santa owns.
I am in a mosquito.
See you tomorrow comfortably.
Tomorrow comfortably. I won't be here tomorrow.
Done. See your Santa.
Oh right, that's the beginning of the name, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking of done, not comfortably. Yeah, fine, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm in the Mozzie, but I can't do anything with it because I've got a whole load of setting up to do since reinstalling DCS. So the only way I can do anything in an aircraft right now is to jump in a spit, which is never a problem, but I don't normally jump in a spit at 6:15 in the morning. In theory, I went to bed about at least 3 hours ago. But what I'll do, oh, I can't even get out of that. Oh, I'm stuck again. Oh no, wait a minute. Done it again. Right. So what I can do, I wasn't intending to fly because, as I say, it is a tad late or early depending on which direction you're coming from. Center. Look at that, one command. Voice attack is great when it works, and nowadays most of the time it does because I've got it set right.
Comfortably done. I bet the mosquito is easier to maneuver on the ground.
Well, I suppose because it's generally less responsive, it's more sluggish. Yeah, it's less likely to go out of control quickly on the ground. Yeah. With the spit, I've only got to look away for a second and she can be all over the place. I didn't need that cheese and jam. I just really wanted it. So I hope you're converted, Dum. So this works now functionally. It's fully functional. All the things that I need to do on it work. This takes a while, as people who fly in this will appreciate. Oh look, we've got enemy units on the blooming runway. So if I wanted to go for them, I'd have to take off on the taxiway and then go for them. Well, take off on the taxiway and curve round quickly so that...
Comfortably done.
Oh, there's some here as well.
I've always been a fan of WW2 aircraft.
Yeah.
Just never bothered in DCS.
Oh, I think you need to. I think you need to. Even if it means like doing that swap over, get the standalone and do that swap over and wait for a sale and get the spit. Oh, the sky out there is starting to get light now. Well, it's been an interesting evening, huh?
I think that a sale just started.
Well, there's your cue then, Dum. See, the sale just started. Get yourself over. Migrate all your stuff across. Buy a Spitfire.
Comfortably done. It did.
Yeah, well there you go. It's waiting for you. It's calling for you.
Mulf like mech. Sign from a higher divine power, I guess.
Yeah. Definitely. Well, it's been a fascinating evening, if not a very late one. It's been good. It's been a good conversation with these guys, I've got to say. And they've been really patient. I'm talking to Muller at the moment. They've been very patient. They allowed me to link them to songs that I've recorded.
Been hard arranging the time. Starting a new job next week.
Ah. Well, all the best with that, sincerely. Because obviously that's quite a step that we make. If we change our job, that's quite a step that we make. So all the best for that. I'm sure it'll be great. So if you wanted to catch up on the conversation at all, Muller, we were talking about music as well, and they were really nice. These guys were listening to the stuff.
Thank you. I retired 3 years ago. Gonna be a change working again.
Oh right, okay. And is that because you just like got bored in retirement, or what?
Comfortably done. Yes, pretty much. Plus inflation isn't helping.
Well, yeah. But there's something to be said for staying active or becoming active again if you weren't active at the time. So, yeah, there's something to be said for that. So you've got to look at the positive side and say, yeah, it's starting a new job is always quite a thing to do. But it's an opportunity, so make the best of it. It's the best you can do, isn't it? Just make the best of it. if you were interested in Muller, if you were interested in any of that, what I was just saying, you could scroll back through the chat and see a few links that I added. But of course, you won't have the commentary that I gave at the time that explains the various links. So it might not mean much to you anyway. And I've just seen the Tasha Pen atomizer, and it shows as unlisted, and yet you were able to see it. I'm a little bit baffled. Unless it's there more than once.
Mulf like mech. Chat only goes back 30 minutes for me, skeptical smiley.
Oh right.
Comfortably done. I'm glad I found your channel. I'm not usually on Twitch this time of night.
I'm not normally on Twitch this time in the morning. Not normally. Although I have often been up till 6 o'clock in the morning doing recordings and things. Yeah, okay, well, Muller, if you were interested, and I'm not after getting people watching my channel, it's only for their benefit if they want to. Dumb and Santa were looking at stuff on my prompts. I was sending links on my channel, but of course I'd have to make them visible. They're not. I thought that being unlimited meant
yes, send
that
the links.
unlisted.
Sounds fun.
Right, hang on. Okay. I don't know where to start now. Hold on a minute. Let's. I'll give, just to give you an idea. I mean, but I've probably got to go through my YouTube channel, because I thought that unlisted meant that you couldn't search for it, but if you were on the YouTube channel you'd be able to see it. But that apparently is not the case, and a lot of my stuff is unlimited because I thought that people would be able to just see it.
Unlisted just means that you can only watch it if you have the link.
Okay. So the only way out of that would be I have to make them public then, wouldn't I? The ones that I've got as unlisted. There's one. Actually, give it a try now if you'd like to, Muller. My channel is Bill Bill 1949 space WT. And I think the first one you should see is a song called "And I Love Her" that I recorded. It's an old Beatles number which I love. You know, Beatles are all me. It's my era when I was a teenager. So you should see that first. That should be the first, because the others before that are marked as unlisted. But I obviously misunderstood the way those things work on YouTube. I'll have
Comfortably done. Your video on your pedal restraint is great. I have those same flight pedals.
Ah, great. Well, that's my previous pedals on that particular one. But I mean, and I've changed the restraint a little bit since then to suit the new pedals, the Logitech ones. But yeah, it works well. It holds you in place. It's really good in that sense.
Mulf like mech. Found you. We'll give it a listen later.
Okay. But I mean, I'll have to probably go through those and decide which ones I'm happy to put as public. Because I'm not after clicks. I'm not after. I don't know. It's not monetary. I'm not after earning anything from it. It's only a case if people are genuinely interested and want to watch it. And that's probably why I didn't leave them as public, because I felt that being public, just anyone might go on there and just be unpleasant in some way. So maybe I'll have to rethink that and perhaps make some of the other stuff public. In fact, there's another one. My initial cover of Tears. Oh no, that's a different song. That's Priscilla, wasn't it? yeah, there's Tears in Heaven, which is Eric Clapton when they lost their son who fell out of the window. And I downloaded a backtrack and sang against that, and that's one of them. But that's an unlisted one. Actually, I'm gonna give you a link. This is really for dumb, to be honest, because we were talking about this earlier, so it makes more sense that it should be. You remember me about Number 3 Son, and he was drumming on my cover of
Comfortably Dumb. That's
Eagles.
such a crazy sotry about Clapton's kiddo.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's just awful. But I downloaded a backtrack for that and just put vocals on it, just to see if it is worth me. But I decided actually in the end, in terms of playing it, it was almost a bit like a bit of a dirge. It's a powerful song, but musically it doesn't quite do it for me. So I didn't pursue that anymore. Once I'd recorded the vocals over a backtrack, I didn't really pursue it anymore. Yeah, so we were talking about Number 2 Son, Lying Eyes. When I did Lying Eyes, and he Number 3 Son, he did drums for me on Lying Eyes. And this is for dumb because we were talking about it earlier. That's all. Have a little look at this. This is before he got his other drum kit. This is his dumb kit, because he couldn't say drum kit at the time. It's a bit of gold dust for me.
Mulf like mech. Gotta head to bed sadly. Just came home from night shift and can barely keep my eyes open anymore, haha.
Yeah, well that's what I was thinking. If like for where you are,
Comfortably dumb.
it must be
LOL,
later than me.
Your son is a better drummer than I am.
I've got another bit of video where he was accompanying, physically being with another band called Hotelia. They're an American band, and over here, and I think he was assisting them with driving and merchandise and things like that. But they knew he was a drummer, and during one of their sets, they said, "Come on," and they got him up there, and he drummed through one of their songs for them, and got a very nice reception from the audience and from the band as well. It was nice. Bit manic, like long hair flying all over the place. It was quite a nice bit of video for me, but I'm biased, obviously. So yeah, okay, Muller, if you're still there, thanks for joining, and yeah, hopefully catch you again another time. If you fly, I don't mean to keep you up, so I won't ask you a question. I'll just say, if you fly, we'd love to see you on the server. DCS. And looking at the time as being 6:30, and looking at the sky getting brighter, I should probably think about turning in as well. So I forgot to say thank you to Santa, but I'm sure I'm sure it's understood. And thank you for joining me tonight. It's been quite a good old chat, hasn't it? We've learned a few things, and you've gained the knowledge of how nice
Comfortably
cheese
done.
and marmalade is.
Thank you for the laughs and fantastic music.
Thanks for being here, mate. Thanks for being here. And we'll be flying next weekend. We normally fly. We used to start about 10:30 in the evening, and that gradually moved, and somehow it now ends up more like 12 o'clock before we start flying, and then we'd finish at 2:30, and sometimes we still manage to finish at 2:30, and sometimes it's 3 o'clock. And in this particular case, it's 6:30, and I'm not even flying. But so we do that on over Friday night to Saturday morning, and then Saturday night to Sunday morning. Most weekends, we might do more during the week for
Comfortably
various
done.
reasons.
Do you guys just putter around? Or fly missions?
We putter around really. We just enjoy ourselves. We help each other. We teach to some degree, as I'd love to with like with Santa and yourself in the Spitfire. I'd love to do that and sort of have us flying about together, like not necessarily taking off together, because that can be dangerous, obviously, but being in the air, taking off individually perhaps, and getting in the air, being in the air and flying in some sort of minor sort of formation. 3 spits in formation in DCS is always nice to see. So yeah, there's that possibility as well. So, and occasionally we'll have a couple of us that will decide to go and do the same thing. We will go and, like, over on the northwest,
Comfortably done.
there's a target that we might
Sounds
decide
good.
to go for. So we accompany each other out there, and to the north there are Scud missile bases. But for that, really, you do need the jets because they're a bit far north. So for me to jump in a Spitfire and do it, it'd take a long time to get there, and I might
Comfortably
not have enough
done.
fuel to get back.
Which map do you play on?
This is on the Caucasus. This map, and there's a number of things that Laxor did, because Laxor designed the mission. He's put it all together, and he's constantly working on it and doing things to it. And the idea was that anyone can just come on here and do it. So, like, that's why the bombers in this are A20s. Now, although A20s wouldn't be regarded as being the enemy side from, like, the blue point of view here, it's what he had to use, because to use anything else, other people would then have to have certain other things, such as the World War II package. They'd have to have those, or it wouldn't work for them. So he used stuff that would enable people to just come in and do it. And likewise, there's some things that he's excluded, really. A4E, is it? Some kind of jet. I can't even remember what it is. I've got it. I've got it somewhere. But you have to all have it for it to work, because it's like an add-on mod or something. I don't understand much about it, but so there are certain things that you don't want to have, or don't want to try to come in to use, because you've all got to have it for it to work. So we don't want people having to have something. It's all done with all the things that everybody should have without effort. Yeah. So I think what I mean is without external mods, or what do you call them. I don't even know. I don't even know how to explain it. I don't know enough about it, but Laxor would explain it if you
Comfortably
want to know
done.
more about that.
Okay, I don't have the A4 yet, but I'll be sure to get it.
Yeah, but they say that wouldn't be usable in here, because it's like an external. I don't know how else to put it. Because it's an external mod. For it to work in here, like, everyone's got to have it or something like that. So it wouldn't be put in. But because the Spitfire isn't an external kind of mod, as long as you've got it, you don't. Not everyone has to have it. So we have people coming into this mission
Comfortably
who
done.
don't have certain things, but they can still
okay.
join.
I understand.
You probably understand more than I do, to be honest, Dun, because it's I don't understand too much of this. I just go along with whatever Laxor puts on there, and he does a
Comfortably
fine
done.
job, a lot of his own time.
Official modules vs mods.
Yeah. You got the language, I haven't. So, yeah. So it's really just the official modules as opposed to mods, and the mods. I think to put a mod in here and have it work, everyone that comes in has to have that mod, or it won't work. So therefore mods are excluded, but the official mods, that works all right. Even if you haven't got it, it still works all right. It's something like that. So there's a number of things that that he designs into it, but it's not a super serious thing. It's just like we fly, we try to help each other, and it could be technical issues. We just try to help each other get in, use DCS, set it up, and fly. So if someone doesn't know how to use their radio, we can talk through that and get them to set up their radio with a push to talk, because we only pretty much talk on radios now. We used to use Discord a lot for that, but we don't really use Discord for it now. We just use the aircraft radio, which has a disadvantage in as much as if you crash, you then can't talk to anyone until you've got another aircraft and get on the right frequency. So, but the advantage is it's more
Comfortably
realistic.
done. SRS or the DCS voice.
Now, once again, I'm kind of not exactly guessing, but I think we're talking the DCS voice. So if I do that radio window at the top there, that's what we use. I think SRS is something else, but not something I pretend to understand. And it's really getting light out now. Blimey, 15 minutes and it's nearly complete daylight. So, fortunately I haven't got to get up for anything, so I'll turn in. I'll probably still get up before noon, which means I'll have a maximum of 7 and a bit hours. No, more like just 7 hours, Kit. No, not even
Comfortably
that.
done. Okay,
5.
well, go to bed. I'll be
Yeah.
sure to see you around.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, I imagine you might have clicked on to get notifications when we're live, so you'll know when we're flying, and perhaps we'll see you next weekend. And ideally, I want to see you sometime here in a Spitfire. That'd be nice.
Comfortably done. I did, followed and all that.
Great stuff. Okay, all right. Well, I'll shove off. Say goodnight to everybody. TTFN. Does TTFN mean anything to you? If I say TTFN, does that mean anything to you?
Comfortably done. Take care.
You do know.
Ta-ta for now.
Yeah, ta-ta for now. Yeah. Okay, and you. Yeah, take care to yourself and to. Hang on, I've got to scroll back. Why am I so bad at remembering names? Muller. Yeah. So, Muller, if you're still there, thanks for being there. Thanks for being there, Dan. We'll be flying again next weekend. Maybe before then. Take care. TTFN.
Comfortably done. Rowanville Heart.